Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where social awkward outcasts, crazy riddles, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, everyone. Excuse me while I finish typing a thing to Brainstormer in chat related to a conversation we had before stream, because I just thought of a thing, and it makes things line up well.
Right. Well, how's everyone doing tonight?
I spent most of today not feeling well, so that could have been better, but I mostly seem to be okay at the moment. So that's good for it holding up, I guess.
Yeah, my day's been rather good. Sorry, I'm trying to load something like the article. Hello, Zaria Redmayne.
How are you doing? I want to say she's new, but I could have sworn she was one that had showed up at the last second on the previous one, and then we recommended that she stick around and watch some of the older stuff.
Okay. Hello to you too, Giant Turtle. Good to see you.
Hey, DT. In my defense there, like I said, I'm over in a different tab typing in chat, so that is why I didn't see you there.
I saw it. I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing good. Although I have a dentist appointment Tuesday. Well, to be fair, it's just a consultation right now.
Oh boy.
Yep. I am terrified because I'll have to have all 4 of my wisdom teeth taken out.
Eek.
Which I'm hoping is just going to be in segments, like they're not going to pull them all out at the same time.
Honestly, you'd probably be better off if they did do it all in one go, rather than spacing them out.
No, you're good, Giant Troll. That's fine. Well, the worst part is, I was growing. So I did not take great care of my teeth growing up. I'm trying to rectify that now.
Does any kid really enjoy taking care of their teeth? Because I always understood that to be one of the universal childhood things of everybody hates brushing their teeth.
Yeah. It also didn't help that I ate a lot of drank and ate a lot of sugary stuff growing up too. So that's also probably
Yeah, sugar is death for teeth. Like there is a reason why, like, peasants from the Middle Ages, if you go back and look at their skeletons, have almost perfect teeth. whereas royals in the Middle Ages had utterly shit teeth if you look at their skeletons, because the rich people are the ones who had access to refined sugar and overindulged in it like it was going out of style.
Right. So the problem is my teeth. To be fair, my wisdom teeth I've had been pulled out. Obviously, so, again, I was not aware for the longest time that I had like health insurance, so I hardly ever went to the doctor. I was not aware it was set up for me when I was younger. So now I'm trying to get in the swing of things and actually be more proactive in that. So my wisdom teeth have kind of eroded to a point that it's probably going to be kind of a special way they're going to have to take them out.
Eek.
Yeah, so word of advice, kids, brush your teeth and floss and all that shit. Did not end up like me.
Yeah. Be like Chip Scarlark, god damn it.
Yeah. It's weird. That was a catchy ass song and I never listened to it.
I'm right there. I'm right there with you, brother. I've gotten multiple teeth taken out just by sheer dint of not taking very good care of my teeth.
Well, hopefully this specific one will be able to use anesthesia on me so I won't be awake. Because apparently, okay, for the record, none of the oral surgeons in my city take my health insurance, so I have to travel 2 hours to a place.
Bugger.
Yeah. So yeah, that's that thing there. And I have to, yeah, that's going to be this Tuesday I'm going. So I literally scheduled the day off work for that. And, ride and stuff because I can't drive. I'm going to learn to drive. God help me on the roads.
You can do it, bud.
Yeah, Jonah. Yeah. That's a lesson for me. And then after I get those pulled, I might also have to get some fillings done again. Which will probably be here, like at home, like in my city. Not I have to travel for those, hopefully. It's funny, Zorancho. But apparently there's one place in town that was just gonna numb my gum. That was just gonna numbs your gums. It doesn't knock you out when they remove teeth.
Eek.
Which, to be fair, how they described that place, it sounded super sketchy. Like it would look super sketchy.
Most of the dentists I've ever interacted with at least had localized anesthesia with Novocaine and stuff. That's kind of a dental stereotype at this point, I should think.
Yeah.
That being said, I did have to get a root canal once because a dentist I had when I was younger fucked up a dental surgery he did when he was putting in a filling, and years later it resulted in there being an infected tooth underneath that filling because he left a piece of dental equipment or a fragment of dental equipment in the tooth cavity that he put the filling over. So I had to get that tooth root canaled years later.
Oh, Genards, I'm good by the way. Setting up stuff, a game session. Turtle and Zarya are part of it with a few friends as well. Dalton joins.
I actually forgot that game session was coming up relatively soon.
Yeah. But anyway, that is the most exciting thing that's going to be happening to me for like the whole month. Well, also, I actually went to see a movie on Wednesday. Last Wednesday. The Amateur. I genuinely enjoyed it. I would recommend seeing it if you guys are into like.
I saw a movie I saw a movie that was new to me, even though it wasn't a new movie, which was called The Believers, which was really good. This probably isn't going to surprise either of you, either Brainstormer or DT, but it was an urban fantasy like horror noir thing. So you can probably guess why I enjoyed it as much as I did. Which, oddly enough, they used Santeria as a framing device, which good for them for doing research.
Oh, all right. Anyway, we got stuff to do, so sorry for that little tangent there, guys. So the first thing we were gonna cover this last week. Got to.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we skipped over it because time. I think.
Well, yeah, not forgot to. Just for time purposes, we couldn't really get into it.
Yep.
Yeah, from PCGamer.com. Ubisoft scores a legendary ratio against Elon Musk on his own platform, which hopefully marks a final end to all the Assassin's Creed Shadows culture war nonsense. To be fair, all the stuff I remember seeing about Assassin's Creed Shadow, like in terms of negativity, was that it was claimed, and this is also specifically for people who both are historians of Japanese history and culture, said that it was because as the game was constantly
it claimed historicity for Yasuke for diversity reasons instead of just, I don't know, making a game set in Japan based around Japanese culture and history and shit.
Right.
Even though back in its heyday, one of the best things about the Assassin's Creed universe was they did a lot of research into the historical nitty-gritty when they were setting up their games. But they apparently don't do that anymore because it caught the same social justice virus as everyone the fuck else has caught in academia.
Yeah. It's written by Harvey Randall. I'm uncertain of when this was. When it was archived was March 26, 2025. So again, it doesn't.
I would assume relatively soon after it was published, because I remember often when I'm looking for things to cover, I will see what other people are doing, like responses and reactions to, and Arch Warhammer of Warhammer YouTube fame did a response on the Archcast channel to this article around that time, so I'm pretty sure it was fairly concordant with when it was published. And yes, I do raid Arch and V sometimes when I'm looking for shit. Especially if it's stuff that I either disagree with them on or think they're missing an analytical element when they talk about, which happens. Anyway, moving forward.
Right. Feel bad for the historical guy at this point. Imagine if your legacy was to become a SJW propaganda figure.
Yeah, that's one of those you realize you lost your soul and you didn't even get much for it kind of things. That's happened to a lot of people that I formerly respected. And this is one of those public service announcements. Please, for the love of all that is holy, do not sell out like that, folks.
Right. I think he was correct me if I'm wrong. I think you were referring to like Yasuke.
Or rather, the figure that Yasuke was based on.
Yeah. Anyway, the to be fair, I stopped caring about Assassin's Creed after Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
What was it about Black Flag that was the straw that broke your camel's back?
Well, no, that was the last good game I played of that.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't anything particularly wrong with Black Flag. It's the stuff that came after Black Flag.
Yeah,
I
pretty
was
much.
going to say, because I remember people having a relatively positive opinion of Black Flag, but to be fair, and this probably says some things, that is the last game in the Assassin's Creed franchise I've heard positive things about.
Well, Assassin's Creed Origins is actually pretty good in terms of the story. I think obviously the issue some people have with it was like the open worldness of it, where it was like very empty.
So they probably earmarked a bunch of stuff to fill stuff with, and then they just didn't bother.
Well, no, it's like it's based in Egypt, so it's like very vast, like desert where nothing happens between that time of travel. It's in the era where people like refer to it, if I remember correctly, the RPG era of Assassin's Creed, where they used a lot more RPG elements for it.
Mm-hmm.
Assassin's Creed Origins was actually pretty good again because it tried to tell the story of like the origins of the Brotherhood and stuff, which is really good, like, the characters and stuff. And the DLC actually did expand on it. Actually, even explained the creation of one of the tenets of the Assassin's Creed: "Stay your blade from the flesh of the innocent."
Back when DLC actually served a purpose and wasn't just a lazy excuse for the companies to charge you with the other half of the game that they should have included on launch, but didn't because reasons.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
Also look in chat. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but look in chat.
I saw it. I did see what you sent me.
Okay.
Okay. Jonah Arts, I stopped caring about because of the microtransactions.
Yeah, the games industry does themselves no favors.
Oh, Ubisoft seems to be the worst of it, to be fair.
They're certainly up there, and they shoot themselves in the foot with almost the same regularity as Warner Brothers. Not quite as bad as Sony, but
I also would say that the issue that a lot of the Assassin's Creed game, like more recent Assassin's Creed games, have problems with, like are missing, is the lack of a modern day story that connects the events of the past.
Because in order to do that, they would have to care about things like continuity and in-universe logic. And continuity and in-universe logic are sins according to social justice and
also no interest,
more specifically.
Also no interest in characters for modern day either.
Yeah, because that would require caring about the in-universe logic more than my themes, and that is forbidden.
Giant Turtle, I was just never that interested. If it ain't something like a strategy game, colony sim, or factory builder, I'm probably only there for the setting, story, etc. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm very much of that same vein when it comes to Warhammer. I love the Warhammer setting, but I will probably never ever actually play the actual tabletop game.
I mean, I'm gonna be fully honest. I've always been more into stealth games, and it kind of saddens me that there aren't really like a lot of stealth games anymore.
I'm very much an old school retro type gamer. I like platformers and stuff like that. So
one of the games I first remember playing was when I played Call of Duty. I remember playing Call of Duty when I was growing up, like Halo a little bit. So I grew up with first-person shooters, but as I got a little older, stealth games I kind of liked more, just because I feel like there was a lot more tactic, like intelligence you had to use to do it right.
I kind of inherited a lot of video games from my older cousin. Um, he left a I think it was an actual NES at my great grandmother's house, so I ended up going through a lot of his old game cartridges and stuff. Those are probably the earliest games I remember playing. Like the kind of ripoff of like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat that was the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers game. I remember playing that a lot as a kid. Anyway, moving on to Ubisoft and PC Gamer being them.
Yeah. Subheader is that what the guy playing our Path of Exile 2 account told you? Assassin's Creed Shadows has landed some solid success on online storefronts and an overall decent critical reception. Yeah, critical, doesn't mean shit.
PC the critics' opinions are worthless because they don't actually judge on meritocratic grounds. This is one of the things that led to Gamergate, because the gaming press started abiding by art school, quote unquote, rules of quality instead of merit, and the gaming actual audience flipped lots of shit in relation thereof. Moving on.
Yeah. PC Gamer's own Morgan Park gave it an 80 in his review, which is none too shabby. That's just average, I think, right? That's average score.
It is kind of like the joke. You can't rely on the actual number scores for IGN, because anything above the only numbers of theirs that matter are the ones that are above or below a 7, because 7 is just their default.
To celebrate, Ubisoft has gone from avoiding treading on eggshells to gaining its biggest, chunkiest eggshell stomping boots and marauding through an eggshell field while laughing uproariously, scoring one of the biggest ratios I think I've ever seen on social media.
Because no Twitter ratio was ever astroturfed or anything, especially where owning the chuds is concerned. And that's the premise I'm operating on with regards to this story, because the title of this article seems to be operating on the premise that ratioing Elon Musk on Twitter somehow relates to material reality in some way, which, one, that is a spurious argument to begin with, and two, let's not act like the Twitterati don't have a vested interest in screwing over Elon Musk for whatsoever reason they can come up with at any given moment. Moving on.
Right. What I really hate about the 10-point system is structured. Oh, okay, sorry. What I really hate about how the 10-point system is structured, nobody ever goes under a 5. It's the 4.99 all over again.
Well, because it's okay. In minor defense of the 10-point rating system, I think they're operating on the American educational grading system rules, where anything above a 70 is passing, which, by the way, that is kind of a shitty system, but I think it's a similar thing with the 10-point system, where a 5 is not equivalent to a 50, it's equivalent to middle of the road average in a lot of people's minds, which, again, stupid, and that's where the stupidity of the 10-point system comes in. But according to a lot of people, a 5 is average, so anything above a 5 is better than average, and anything below a 5 is worse than average, I think. I tend to weight my number system so that like almost nothing gets a 9 or a 10 because you have to be very, very good to get there. And a lot of things can wind up in the lower segments as and when they piss me off for being dumb.
For grades, it makes sense. The 70% is you getting 70% of the questions correct.
But the implicit thing that's wrong there is why in the fuck is 70% the minimum for a passing grade?
60's failing, so.
Well, no, my question is, frankly, we should be more meritocratic with our educational system, heaven forbid, and so anything below a B should be questionable. But again, that's trying to talk sense to the American educational system, and that cause was lost before I was even born. So yeah, we're not fighting that Hydra today. It will just grow more heads.
Right. Anyway. Okay. It's a bit arbitrary, but you have to put it somewhere. That's general.
I would say anything below a 50 because that's literally less than half the information or the skill that you've internalized then. But like I said again, there is certainly an argument to be made that anything below a B should be worrying, and it isn't because the American educational system is shit. Moving on.
All right. Don, why by that logic should it not be an A or an A+?
Because a B at least demonstrates you have internalized the material and are actually good at working with it. I do think that forcing it, going full Asian mode, for lack of a better word, and bitching about anything below 100 is a little bit perfectionist and silly. But by that same token, we should at least be trying to get kids to engage with the material and internalize the skills we give them. There's another question about what the American educational system should actually be teaching in the fucking first place, because a lot of the reason why people hate school is because American schools give people busy work and skills that no one under the sun will ever use. But there's that. Again, we're not gonna waste time fighting the Hydra of the American educational system because it'll just grow more heads. Moving on.
For context, Ubisoft has found itself in the unbelievable position of being caught in the midst of an ongoing cultural war over whether video games are woke or not. Woke, generally speaking, mean anything with the wrong shape of woman or a pronoun selection screen or a black person or a consulting company present during its development. That is to say, it's a word that's lost most of its meaning.
No, because you have completely divorced any of that from their ideological aspects. It's not women that is the problem. It's intersectional feminism that is the problem. It's not anyone's race that is the problem. It's critical race theory that is the problem. And I'm saying this as a gay crippled dude. It is not gayness that is the problem. It is critical queer theory and critical ableism theory that are very much the fucking problem. This is the thing. This is the core of, or one of the cores of what is so fucked up about what used to be referred to more descriptively and accurately, in my opinion, as social justice. they create all these academic constructs, these like Platonic oversouls of identity definitions that they think applies to identities regardless of whether it, actually maps onto reality ever. And then when they get something wrong for ideological and moral reasons, they reason by euphemism and try to use identity categories as human shields. This is why, around the same time that Gamergate got started, there was this whole supplementary hashtag called Not Your Shield, because people with social justice ideological bullshit would try to say things like, you're just being sexist, you're just being racist, you're just being homophobic, etc. And then a bunch of gay people, black people, and women went, don't fucking use me as a human shield, you cunt. Over and over again, in short. Anyway, moving on.
Alright. Yeah, right, that it's lost its meaning, though, now that chuds and normies are using it. A lot of them do just go black equals woke, just like the leftist pawns go white equal Nazi.
Yes, and that is a fair point. However, it's not particularly conducive to condensing the social justice set how wrong they have always been, and so I will bring up the Garys and the Maulers and the critical drinkers and so on when they fuck up. But I don't particularly feel like ceding the ground to the social justice set when they use it to strawman the same strawman that they've been strawmanning since 2013. Because that's the thing. Admitting that Gary and Mauler and so on fuck up a significant proportion of the time is useful, and we should definitely keep that in mind, but it's not useful when arguing with social justice type people because they never acknowledged the nuances of the anti-woke or anti-social justice position to begin with. I want to get them to the starting line of, guys, you were wrong and you've always been wrong, before we deal with the Gary and Mueller and company have embraced the very straw man that they spent the first 5 or 6 years of the anti-social justice era fighting against. Moving on.
Alright. Alright. For content, I read that, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. For context, Ubisoft has found itself in the wilderness trying. Oh, no, I already said that. Sorry. This time, they were bristling over the inclusion of historical black samurai Yasuke. Never mind the overtop historical fiction is the serious thing. Okay. May I?
Go ahead. Please.
Okay. Okay, the thing with the early... I won't disagree that the overtop... that Assassin's Creed is a bit over the top historical fiction. Granted, it never did start out that way with the first Assassin's Creed. But my point... it still tried at the very least to remain historically accurate as possible, while, because the thing with the game itself is that it shows you the actual history of the world, not what is written in history books, because, well, it's hard to actually tell what the fuck is going on, because
history's complicated and we're still missing large chunks of it and shit.
Yeah, and for the record, it covers the moments, the little moments in the stuff that builds up to like the events that make up history.
Yeah.
But and yes, it can get a little bombastic and over the top, as is a video game's kind of fucking thing, because it's a entertainment thing, right?
To put another way, and possibly a little bit more succinctly, old Assassin's Creed tried to either use actual history to support and contextualize their alt history elements, or better yet, leave alone any parts of the history that weren't being directly altered by the sci-fi or fantasy elements. New Assassin's Creed throws all of that to the wind because caring about things like internally making sense of concepts in universe and character and, motivation and shit has all but fall out of fashion and is actually considered media illiterate by the Frankfurt School infused social justice hacks out there, to the point that if you are a person who is a critic of media of any kind, and you do spare any attention at all for things like in-universe logic and logical justification by characters, they will call you media illiterate for not hyperfixating on ma themes, ma authorial intent, and ma non-diegetic political/moral bullshit. Moving on.
All right. This time they were bristling over the. Okay, I already said it. Leonardo da Vinci, you'd be surprised to find out, never built a working tank. Nor the fact that Yasuke, the characters inspired by him, have both popped up repeatedly in Japanese anime and video games. Okay, that's
from a Japanese perspective, which is kind of the important bit.
I also want to point out, again, there could be some assholes out there who are being like that. Sure, I won't deny that. But the overall sentiment from what I got of people that did not like anything that was coming out about this game was that it was the creators. Sorry, again, I'm not good at talking. That's why I have Dalton. But my thing is that the creators in all the vignettes or whatever that talked about this game kept touting it as historically accurate, when in fact, and also the game looked incredibly still early stages or buggy, right? If I remember correctly, in the stuff they were showing.
Because merit is something that only media illiterate people care about, apparently.
No. Anyway, but yeah, it's like, and yes, Yasuke and characters inspired by him have popped up, but were done so in either a tactful or an interesting way that celebrated, or at the very least paid respect to the historical figure that inspired this character.
Yeah. And here's my half of it, which may or may not overlap with what Brainstormer is saying. Here's the thing. And the thing that Ubisoft hated having to admit was a large number of the people they were getting shit from were Japanese Assassin's Creed fans essentially saying something to the effect of, in every other cultural or historical era Assassin's Creed has ever used, the particular aspects of that era or that culture were the stars of that game. But for some reason, when it came time to give Japan their turn, they made the central character a weapons-grade social justice stand-in in the form of a very badly rendered Yasuke, instead of, I don't know, focusing on ninjas and samurais, perhaps? Those things that everyone and their dog, including large sums of Japan, consider highly central to the Japanese historical and cultural identity, and would have made perfect sense within an Assassin's Creed context to use. Essentially, it was Japan going, well, every other culture and historical era has gotten their turn, and they were the stars of their respective games. why are we being forced to play second fiddle in a game that should be focused on Japan and Japanese history in the same way all the other Assassin's Creed games have their respective eras and cultures. Moving on.
Okay. My favorite by far is Guilty Gear Strive, where XP is a big vampire man with a skull mask and a banging theme song. I've actually listened to the theme song. Ubisoft's initial response to this was to try and beat these naysayers halfway. It held up its hands and stated that Yasuke's position in history was a matter of debate and discussion. Later, Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot would also try to reassure folks that the studio wasn't trying to push any specific agenda. It was until November that the tone would change, with franchise head Mark Alexis Conte stating, "We all, however, face the added challenge of distinguishing between genuine feedback and attacks driven by intolerance. The current climate is tough on our creative teams. They face lies, half-truths, and personal attacks online."
See, this is the bullshit social justice thing. In a sane and charitable interpretation of fan reaction, that part does not need to be said. Because most people, back in the day when the cultural standard was the customer is always right in matters of taste, would assume charitable interpretations of their audience's criticism instead of morally and intellectually dehumanizing them. You think this is the moderate middle position of even acknowledging the criticism and then bitching and moaning about how immoral and dehumanizing it all is. But the moderate and sane position is to stop presupposing a large sum of your audience are stupid and immoral. Ya cunts. The fact that presupposition was even allowed to exist in the first place is the very definition of you being uncharitable. Because, and I know this is a controversial thing to say in 2025, at least from the social justice set's point of view, but there are not Nazis and fascists and demons around every fucking corner. I know you're politically worried and politically hysterical about all of the above, but it is not so. Nazis are exceedingly rare and exceedingly frowned upon basically everywhere they do show up. You absolute morons. And presupposing that a large portion of your audience are either stupid or immoral, and usually both, is you being uncharitable from the very starting premise. Moving on.
Alright, now that the game is out, though, Ubisoft's gone from stoic but firm rebuttals to publicly clowning on a tech billionaire. Elon Musk, owner of the platform this happened on and self-admitted supporter of Path of Exile 2's account trading industry, has been particularly vocal about Assassin's Creed Shadows, writing in June of last year that DEI kills art.
It does. Okay. It's an indelicate way to put it. The most correct way to put that probably is going to go over a bunch of people's heads because it requires more historical and philosophical backing than most people realistically have, is that neo-Hegelianism, especially of the post-Frankfurt School variety, kills art. Because of its obsession with authorial intent and moral and socio-political themes over literally everything else, including in-universe logic, in-universe characterization, or in-universe world building. Again, the crucial thing that fucks up everything about social justice and the things social justice touches is this premise that only immoral, childish idiots care about in-universe logic, in-universe characterization, or in-universe world building more than themes or authorial intent. And that everything and its brother should be bent over backwards in the name of my themes and my intent. And the additional adage of post-Frankfurt School neo-Hegelianism manifested as it is in social justice is the idea that meritocracy itself is a harmful childish delusion that we should be morally obligated to shun, invert, subvert, and shame wheresoever we can. It's very much tied into that thing I was saying earlier about how you shouldn't be presupposing that there are Nazis, fascists, and demons around every corner, you cunts. Thing. Moving on.
Arts ass Creed would earn more cash if they made the characters sexy as fuck and also made them skimpy.
Yes, because beauty standards are a kind of merit. But because beauty standards are a kind of merit, and both beauty and merit are haram according to social justice, they feel a moral obligation to shun and invert it wherever possible.
You know what? Something I would actually like to see someone do I would like to see someone make a game like that, but also have a very make like a very deep philosophical story.
You mean kind of like we do in our stuff? Because thing about me and Brainstormer's various IPs that we've come up with together is we actually have a lot of diverse characters who are of various different racial categories, characters who are, women, characters who are gay, and every other fucking thing. But we keep the social justice style diversity, but completely shun and invert all the philosophical background of social justice. The beauty and merit are sinful and we should be ashamed of including them. In-universe logic doesn't matter and makes you media illiterate, etc. We keep the diversity, but we shun the actual philosophical and ideological aspects of social justice, which probably means that we'll get one side of the aisle mad that we even bothered to include people of diverse categories, and we'll get the other side of the aisle whining that our otherwise diverse stories are pandering to things like in-universe logic, beauty standards, and meritocracy. Eventually, hopefully, they will watch a bunch of these videos and realize that that was the entire fucking point, because the thing that is bad about social justice is all the ideological bullshit. And the thing about good stories is they can feature people of diverse backgrounds and whatever the fuck, as long as they're still meritocratic and bound by these things called meritocracy, in-universe logic, and etc.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Jonah, your idea plus like the pitch I had said would be an interesting I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck, I'm just now thinking I might actually have some ADHD going on. I'm only just now clocking that about myself.
That being said, I am glad your brain was not fucked from an early age by Ritalin, because you probably wouldn't be able to do the weird creative things you can do if your brain was fucked from an early age by Ritalin. We should not be giving Ritalin to children, but that's a different story.
I don't think my family could even afford that, so.
Which is also probably a good thing.
Yeah. To be fair, I think most of my family members have some undiagnosed type of condition.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in my family too.
Yeah. Anyway. Uh, okay, where was I? Okay, he's been particularly vocal on in the following X thread to coming after a streamer who'd done a paid promotion for the game. Hassan is a fraud. Oh, I mean, if he's referring to Hassan Piker, probably.
I mean, yes, Hassan Piker is one of the singular most hipstery morons on the face of this good earth. Um, like, I sincerely advocate we should start calling Hassan Piker the Hamas hipster because it works. He is simultaneously one of the most politically radicalized crazies on the face of the earth, and also a completely effeminate manlet and a hipster. I don't know how he managed to be simultaneously both of those two terrible things that are usually opposed to each other at once, but he managed it, and that is why he is uniquely awful.
Anyway, Musk writes producing his blade and leveling it at his enemy. Sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he is promoting a terrible game just for the money. The official Assassin's Creed account liberating its own steel free from the prison of its sheath retorts, "Is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile account told you?"
That's just them being catty bitches to Elon Musk, which, let's be real here, they would pick literally any reason they could think of and several ones that other people would have to think of for them to do that. This is why the very fact that this article exists frustrates me, because they actually for some reason think that Elon Musk having a stink against him because people have gone through very much lots of effort to make him have a stink against him makes the woke or social justice position more reflective of reality than it otherwise would be. And no, what it shows is how many institutions there are who are gunning for Elon Musk for literally any reason they can think of, and several ones that other people would have to think of for them. Moving on.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Things kind of froze for me for a second here, so I wasn't sure if it disconnected my mic or not.
No, you're good so far. If it does, I will let you. Well, actually, I probably can't let you know because if it does, it'll probably get you from the call.
Yeah. All right. Both stand at the ready. Setting sun bleeds red into the sky, bearing witness to their duel. Jesus Christ. Reeds sway in the breeze. Elon Musk and Assassin's Creed shadows X count flash towards each other. Jesus fuck, why you gotta be dramatic about this shit?
I get the dramatic quasi Shakespearean impulse. I do. I very much do the same thing. But my brother, in pretentiousness, you're making yourself look like such an ass. I should start calling you Dogberry. For those that don't know, that was a reference to Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing. Because if it's a pretentiousness war you want, you are going to lose that, my friends. And I can be better at it because I don't consider meritocracy or intellectual complexity to be the devil. Unlike y'all, who are so head fucked on neo-Hegelian post-Frankfurt School nonsense that you actually think knowing what the fuck you're talking about is a moral wrong now. Moving on.
Alright. The blinding shock of light. There's a blinding shock of light. As they stagger from the momentum, Elon Musk post cruise 23,000 likes, a superficial blow. In true samurai movie fashion, he then looks down to see the effect of his opponent's strike, as over the next 14 hours, the Assassin's Creed Shadows account rakes in upwards of 44,000 likes, nonchalantly sheathing its katana with a satisfying click.
And that has absolutely nothing to do with people having a pre-established bias against Elon Musk. And also, by the way, you made an entire article about how Elon Musk lost a Twitter war, but I hate to rub. Actually, no, fuck it. I love rubbing this much salt in your wound here, because who has the ear of the current presidential administration and is currently leveling large sums of government bureaucracy at his behest again? Oh, that's right. The guy who was probably too busy doing things actually in real life to bother entertaining you with a response. How dare he? Yeah, by which I mean, you guys think this is such a big victory, all the while the person who you claim victory over is just going to carry on about his day, affecting actual real-world policy, and y'all are going to continue defending Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is almost universally, among everyone who isn't a ideologically possessed critic, demonstrated to be shit. But I won't disallow you posturing about your Pyrrhic victory. I just don't think you realize how Pyrrhic and in fact counterproductive and lame it actually makes you look. Moving on.
All right. Sorry. Hold on a sec. Okay. To put that in perspective, the Stade de France, which hosted the 2024 Olympics, has a seating capacity of over 80,000 people. Likes on the account's reply could fill up the stadium 5.5 times. The likes on Elon Musk post wouldn't even book half the seats. Okay.
Is it possible that the people on Elon Musk's side are not terminally online enough to spend their entire day and basically measure their entire worth as a human by how many people online they could be TFO? No, don't get me wrong. I indulge in a little bit of the good old-fashioned "someone was wrong on the internet, damn it" impulse a lot. I do. We have this show for a goddamn reason, folks, and that's mostly because I use this channel as a periodic excuse to engage in a little bit of the good old-fashioned "someone was wrong on the internet, damn it" impulse. But it's also possible that the reason Elon couldn't summon vast hordes is because the vast hordes of people he appeals to aren't quite so terminally online as you. And even a lot of us that are approximately as terminally online as you can BTFO you in about 2 seconds. For reference, read the previous entire 20 minutes of this podcast. Lol.
All right. The account would then later double down, quoting its own post with the following: "Where other men blindly follow the truth, remember nothing is true." But you're forgetting that last part of the. It's not a code. It's not a creed. Actually, it's a motto.
Aphorism.
Yeah. Nothing's true. Everything is permitted.
Yeah. In your guys' world, nothing is true, therefore only the things we like are permitted. When, frankly, the first half of that sentence isn't even fucking true. And, by the way, it's hilarious to watch a group of people who do not believe in the objective truth, like as a axiom in their moral framework, now suddenly claim truth, because we claim truth when it's convenient for us, but whenever anyone calls us on our bullshit, we retreat to the position of truth doesn't even fucking matter because objectivity and meritocracy are immoral illusions that we should deconvert people from. When you think you are winning, all of a sudden every criteria for winning matters. When someone takes 5 seconds and makes you into the losers you actually are, all of a sudden winning doesn't matter anymore. It's funny how that is always how this shit works with you people. When we are getting what we want, we will claim every authority we can. When someone points out to us that we're not getting what we want, all of a sudden we can't lose, because losing is just a harmful moral binary, don't you know?
Alright.
Moving on.
Alright, yeah, okay, sorry. Let me reread that because we stopped in the middle of that article, in that paragraph. The account will later double down, quoting its own post with the following: "Where other men blindly follow the truth, remember, nothing is true." A maxim of the series, titular Assassin's Creed. Even some of the quotes cheering Musk on are taking his lunch money. $44 billion to get cooked on your own website, writes one spectator, to the tune of 190,000 likes, around 2.3 Stade de France. Okay.
Again, it can't possibly be that the man has important things to do in his life, or is a massively busy public figure or anything, and it can't possibly be that this ratioing has less to do with what the Assassin's Creed account said, and more to do with the fact that people have a pre-established want to see anything Elon Musk related frame him badly. Like, does it occur to you guys just how desperate you have to be when the last, when the last port of call you lull yourself in with is, at least we got the better of him on Twitter ratio, don't you know? Like, do you have any idea how pathetic that makes you look? That is your, this is the hill you choose to die on. We may be losing everything to him in every other venue in the world, but at least we got the better of him on Twitter for one post for like 5 seconds. Moving on.
Alright. While I am quietly and respectfully amused by this development, I think the fact that Ubisoft appears to have stopped giving a crap is the takeaway here. Though it's pretty significant that over 440,000 people are also fed up with the outrage tourism too. The game's out, and as Morgan said in his review, is Shadows fun? I'm so glad that one is an easy yes. And it's fun for you because you're stupid, but okay.
My dudes, you guys, again, you guys do this a lot. You start shit, and then you blame the other side for giving a shit about the shit you started. Like, you guys intentionally, and with a lot of evidence backing it, make the claim we should ideologically and institutionally capture every IP we can. And then when your opposition shows up and goes, we don't think you should ideologically and institutionally capture those IPs, you claim that they are the ones who struck first. You claim that they are the ones who got outraged first. As if Anita Sarkeesian didn't say anything to Sargon or Thunderfoot or anybody else and they just started bitching for no reason. As if Anit Sarkeesian wasn't a loathsome, revisionist history-having bitch for, like, 7 years prior to anti-wokeness or anti-social justice becoming the standard. And now that it is the standard, now you've noticed that there's a culture war. When we deliberately ideologically capture something, no culture war. When someone has an issue with us deliberately ideologically capturing something, they are the culture warriors. Somehow. This is why this argument looks both pathetic and nonsensical. Because you are bitching at your opposition for opposing you, not acknowledging any of the shit you did to make them oppose you. Moving on.
Alright, nobody, least of all Ubisoft shareholders, have to wring their hands anymore. As a matter of fact, the gloves seem off entirely, and that is the end of that article.
Sweetheart, again, I don't want to keep just bringing up the mirror that you refuse to look at, but here we go again. The people to whom corporations hand-wring most often, for the last 12 years at least, has been the social justice set, has been the cancel mobs, etc. Like, we are not the side that invented or even, like, majoritarily involves itself in cancer culture. And we are not the ones who demand corporations bend over backwards and swear moral and political fealty to us. Y'all specifically and self-admittedly have that as one of the central axioms and central tactics of your belief system. And yet, because you started losing the game that you insisted everyone play, now the culture wars have gone too far. When it was all just us getting what we want, crickets. There was no culture war to be spoken of. But the second someone realized that there were two sides to this fight, now all of a sudden the culture war has gone too far. Derp. Moving on.
Alright. Let me... Alright, this is from Dalton, from Game Rant. James Cameron sparks AI debate with even some questioning new Avatar movies, written by Catherine R. Misson Martin, published April 10th, 2025.
Now, those of us who know, well, me especially, know that I am no great defender of James Cameron, and especially not where the Avatar franchise is concerned. But that being said, the fact that people fearmonger quite so much about AI does flummox me, when all it really is at the end of the day is this generation's answer to CGI in the previous one. Because there was a similar amount of fear-mongering with regards to CGI back in the day, that the existence of CGI would like cripple all the jobs and all the lives of all the practical effects makers. But all it really did was make people who would have previously gone into practical effects go into CGI because it was a new and emergent technology. I suspect the same thing will happen here. And the moral fear-mongering is, as usual, hysterical and unnecessary, for the most part.
To be fair, I myself want to preference this about the AI thing. I see it as a tool that can be used to get a basis for things, but that's about it. I don't see it as a...
Yeah, there are wrong ways to use AI in the same way that there are wrong ways to use CGI. I think I'm not alone here in saying, as I've been saying for years, and as people before me have said dozens upon dozens of times, the best use of CGI is to augment practical effects, not replace them. And in a similar way, I suspect the best uses of AI will be to create concept art in the first place, or to clean up effects in post-production. But that doesn't mean that AI itself is bad or good. It just means that, much like CGI has an optimal use case scenario, so will AI. It's good at concept art, and it's good at post-production work. It's kind of shit at anything else, unless you have an actual creative vision and a creative will and a capacity for wording to use AI correctly. AI is, like any other computer system, a crap in, crap out, good in, good out scenario. If you have a good creative idea or an interesting way to word something, your results with AI will be better. And again, to analogize AI and CG here, the best uses of CGI will always probably be to augment practical effects, not replace them. But that doesn't mean that CGI is immoral any more than AI is.
I think trying to pawn it off as actual art can be a problem.
It depends on how derivative you're being, I think. Like, if it is a truly original premise, I don't see anything wrong with saying that AI art can be art. That being said, I will, stick my flag in the hill that says AI is best used for preliminary concept art and or post-production work. Everything in the middle should still be good old, doing it the good old-fashioned way. Moving on.
All right. James Cameron recently shared his thoughts about artificial intelligence role in filmmaking. However, his statement raised some eyebrows. Cameron is a popular filmmaker. He's known for his hit movies, including The Terminator 1984, Aliens 1986, The Abyss 1989, Terminator 2, Judgment Day 1991, Titanic 1997, and the Avatar movies. He was previously against AI, but Cameron changed his heart and joined Stability AI board's director in September. Stability AI is a AI company based in the UK that made major contributions to generative AI through its deep learning model, Stable Diffusion. In his recent interview, Cameron embraced the benefits of AI in filmmaking. Okay.
This doesn't, honestly, if you were paying attention, this should not surprise you, because James Cameron has always been a very technologically savvy filmmaker. Always. That's one of the things, in fact, it's pretty much the only thing anyone gives half a fuck in relation to the Avatar movies with. Because James Cameron, like 20 years ago, realized how big and how important CGI was going to be, and he wanted to make a franchise that showcased it. So Avatar was the result. And now that, I'm guessing, honestly, James made the same parallel in his head that I just did, which is AI is kind of the new CG. He probably went, well, this is a tool in the toolbox now, I'm going to use it. Like he does with everything else. Moving on.
All right. The Avatar director appeared on the Boz to the Future podcast, explaining why he changed his stance about AI to join visual media. The renowned filmmaker explained that he wanted to understand the space and what the developers were thinking. His other goal was to try and integrate it into a VFX workflow. Cameron was convinced that AI would be essential in making blockbuster movies that use computer-generated imagery. He said it's not just hypothetical. If we want to continue to see the kinds of movies that I've always loved and that I like to make and that I will go see, Dune Part 2, or one of my films are big effects heavy, CGI heavy films, we got to figure out how to cut the cost of that in half.
I don't think I've ever called it so hard on this channel in my life. Okay, but the reason I say that is not just me preening. I mean, it is me preening. I'm not going to deny that, but it's not just me preening, because if you went back to like 1999, you could find James Cameron saying pretty much exactly what he just said about AI, about CGI, and wouldn't you know it, Avatar is the result of James Cameron essentially going, here is how you use CGI correctly. It wouldn't surprise me, in fact, if especially the latter Avatar movies wind up with AI melded into the CGI, because, again, James Cameron has always been a technology-forward filmmaker. Sometimes to his detriment, cough, cough, the Avatar franchise. But this is actually him displaying a consistent worldview. Here is a new technology that people are fear-mongering about. Instead of fear-mongering about it, we should use it to our advantage and use it as an art form rather than claiming that it will replace art somehow. Like, I can have a lot of disagreements with James Cameron, but one thing I certainly can't ding him for in this case is inconsistency. And that's how I was able to call it as hard as I did, because I remember the days when James Cameron was the only one speaking positively about CGI. And now it appears he's on the forefront of the same paradigm shift happening again. Moving on.
Okay. Cameron stressed that shifting to AI is more about speeding up the process and not replacing the staff with technology. His vision was that using AI would allow them to do more cool things. This statement sparked debate because while many got his point and supported his idea, several were also against it. Those against AI are concerned that using it in filmmaking will result in job loss. Writers fear that AI will be used to generate scripts, removing them in the process, which seems actually is not about. Let's be honest, companies will always try to cut out the people who actually work on shit.
Well, yes, but here's the other thing. At least at the moment, AI can just mimic the middle. It can't really do really, really great or really, really awful unless the person using it tells it to, or has an idea that it can glom onto. Which means writers who are concerned about being replaced by AI, if you want not to be replaced by AI, write something better than AI can mimic. And if you don't have the talent to, well, there's your problem. It's kind of like when the writer strikes happen in Hollywood and we wound up being on the side of the AI for the most part, because the people who AI will replace are, to use Stephen King's words, no great loss. The only people it will cut out are, by and large, the dead weight or the actively counterproductive, bitter, cynical, nihilistic ideologues. In other words, as with so many things, get good, scrub. Moving on.
Okay. Oh boy. Visual artists and animators share the same concern. Also, AI content is quick to produce and cheap compared to human labor. However, some are concerned about the quality. The issue immediately became a topic on Reddit, and several expressed disappointment, a few wondering what would be AI's roles in Cameron's upcoming Avatar movies like. Some said they would would not watch Cameron's next film because it would be powered by AI. Another suggested that Cameron himself could be replaced with AI without the public noticing it. Still, some defended the filmmaker, pointing out that Cameron didn't want to take away jobs; he just wanted a tool that could speed up the workflow.
Okay, yes, and again, returning to my argument about AI just being the new CGI in this particular conversation, just like before, when people were saying you can't call someone who uses CGI a CGI artist or a computer artist because it's the computer doing all the work, derp. Just like before, you will have people fear-mongering, as we are seeing here. You can't call someone good at making outputs happen with AI an artist. Cut to 20 years from now, and I guarantee you that just like modern-day studios have CGI departments, they will have a subset of artists whose whole job is writing good prompts for the AI to make something with. And they will be AI artists in the same way that CGI artists are currently CGI artists. This is literally the same thing happening again with the new technology, and a bunch of people who can't think in like non-paradigm terms going, how dare you, this is immoral, just like they did with CGI, and being slowly but surely proven wrong, like they were with CGI.
Okay. Giant Turtle, 2 problems with that. 1, for how long, for how now it is shit, but for how long. 2, you forget most people want cheap and instant slop. They would happily take something that is shit, but cheap and instant. They already take expensive shit that takes months.
Okay, but here's the thing. Slop CGI is actually a fairly recent problem, because in the old days, in order to make something that people wanted to see with CGI, you had to make good CGI. Look at The Matrix, look at Davy Jones in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, etc. Compare that to the average, normalized CGI now, and those things look like they were made yesterday, and the stuff that was made yesterday looks like it was made 20 years ago. I think, honestly, that the emergence of AI will actually fix some of the problem with CGI, because where the problem they have now is a time problem, and we don't want to put the effort in because we're corporations and we do that problem. The AI might be able to pick up some of the CGI artists' slack and return us to the days where things like The Matrix or Pirates 2 and 3 are the industry standard again. I can see a future not too distant from here where the mixture of AI and CGI is the solution to the slot problem and the degeneration problem, not the like exacerbating factor of it. Moving on.
Alright. The mixed reactions from online users about Cameron's statement regarding on AI are not surprising. The topic has always been divisive, with some campaigning for it and others denouncing it. Probably a strong reaction sprang from a place of surprise because Cameron used to be against AI. The Avatar director previously said that AI was scarier than what he presented in Terminator 40 years ago because it is a real thing now. When he appeared on the Netflix series What's Next? The Future with Bill Gates, Cameron admitted that it was getting more challenging to write science fiction. He was also wondering whether he would still be relevant in 3 years, considering how things change rapidly.
James, you haven't been relevant for almost a decade, mate. I'm sorry, but there's a reason why every single one of the movies that people actually liked in that list that they credited to you at the top there are from the 80s and 90s, and the Avatar movies were the later edition also ran, because no one actually likes the Avatar franchise. They like Avatar as a VFX industry showcase. And as a result, you haven't been relevant for at least a couple decades now. That being said, having just bitched at James Cameron for being James Cameron, as I have done many, many times, I shall now give him some credit here. Because what that paragraph described was originally he was doing the fear-mongering moralistic boomerism, but then he actually thought about it and his already espoused beliefs and came probably to the conclusion that AI is, for today's industry and today's market, what CGI was 20 or 30 years ago. And in an effort to actually be consistent about his beliefs and his foundational premises, James Cameron, tech-forward director extraordinaire, continued to be a tech-forward director, realizing that the exact same arguments people are making against AI now are exactly what they used to say about CGI 30 years ago. So yeah, he probably will be one of the first AI forward directors, because that's what James Cameron does. He's a technology forward director. But just like in the previous case where he became a very CGI forward director with Avatar, he will probably make something that it becomes an industry standard out of it. Whether that thing will be any good in its own merits is another question entirely. As I just went over, Avatar works as a VFX showcase only, for the most part. But I applaud James Cameron's ability to move with the actual times in the way that's supposed to mean, and do so by being consistent about his premises and his beliefs. Because my God, consistency is rare in today's day and age. And I never thought I would see it from James fucking Cameron, of all people. Because in many contexts and circumstances, James Cameron is the out-of-touch boomer elitist that he is currently disagreeing with here. But he actually had a moment of self-awareness, and that moment of self-awareness resulted in him being consistent with his beliefs. So good on you, James. You got one right for a change.
Moving on.
Yeah.
The concerns about AI potentially replacing humans in the workforce are understandable, concerning what AI can do. It can reduce a script, write a research. I mean, it just. We're not going to get into it because we've covered it and stuff.
Yeah, it's just a tool. And like with any computerized tool especially, crap in, crap out. So the impetus will therefore be finding the people who can get good things out of that system by putting in creative, innovative, well-written prompts. And as a result, like I went over just a little bit ago, you will probably in about 20 years have departments in corporations that will be AI artist departments in the same way you have CGI artists now, but you didn't 30 years ago. And then some new technology will come around and people will fearmonger about that again. Moving on.
Okay. Write a research paper, produce an image, and do more things in just a couple of seconds. However, one should also note that AI is still powered by humans, only works based on the commands and instructions provided. So Cameron should still be credited for his work, and fans should not underestimate the upcoming Avatar films just because the director's inclination to use AI.
No, they should underestimate the Avatar films on the lack of merits to the Avatar films. Not because James Cameron, tech-forward director extraordinaire, is being consistent about his beliefs and getting ahead of everyone else again on this vector. Yeah, you should criticize Avatar on the grounds that the Avatar franchise is shit. You should not criticize it on the grounds that someone who has always been a tech-forward director is continuing to be tech-forward.
Alright. filmmaker said he only wanted to use AI to speed up the process. 3 more Avatar films are coming out, and with AI, any delay is unlikely.
Yeah, it'll probably still take him an entire presidential administration to produce the next Avatar, because that's just James's workflow. And honestly, given how he acted when CGI came on the scene, I suspect his goal with some of the later Avatar movies is going to be showing people how useful and how beautiful the results of AI can be when you use it correctly, in the same way he did with CGI vis-a-vis Avatar. And while I hate the Avatar franchise because it is a shit concept and nothing good ever comes of it, I applaud James for getting ahead on AI in the same way he did in the CGI wars, and also potentially being the industry standard showcase for how to use AI correctly. I hope. Still doesn't make Avatar a good franchise, or doesn't make the writing any better in those cases, but if anyone can show people how useful AI can be as a tool in the same way he did with CGI, it is James Cameron. He's not good at anything else at this point, but he is good at that. Tech forward director is very good at optimizing technology so as to show people that it can indeed be optimized. Yeah. I will continue criticizing the Avatar franchise because it's bad, not because of AI or CGI. Other than the completely desolate and uncreative ways he chooses to use it, as and when that is the case. Moving on.
Right. Okay. So I got this for Dawn because he loves this show.
Oh dear.
And,
Actually, we're gonna have to take a second because I have to use the restroom. I was wondering how long my stomach would hold out. It appears that it needs to be dealt with. So I will be back.
all right. So how's everyone doing? All right. Where was I? Yeah. Date announcement trailer teaser thing for season 2 of Sandman. All right. I will be reading Boots by Rudyard Kipling. Or foot, slog, 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 slogging over Africa. Foot, 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 slogging over Africa. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. 6, 7, 11, 5, 9, and 20 mile to the day. 4, 11, 17, 32 the day before. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Don't, don't, don't look at what's in front of you. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. Men, 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 men go mad with watching them, and there's no discharge in the war. Try to think of something different. Oh my God, keep me from going lunatic. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Count, count, count the bullets in the bandoliers. If your eyes drop, they will get atop of you. Boots, 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 boots. Moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. We can stick out hunger, thirst, and weariness, but not, not, not the chronic sight of them. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Tain't so bad by day, because O company, by night brings long strings, 40,000 million. Boots, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. I've I have marched 6 weeks in L and certify. It is not fire, devils, dark, or anything, but boots, 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 moving up and down again, and there's no discharge in the war. Alright. I'll be reading Metallica. Unforgiven by Metallica. New blood joins this earth, and quickly he's subdued. Through constant pain, disgrace, the young boy learns their rules. With time the child draws in, this whipping boy done wrong. Deprived of all his thoughts, the young man struggles on and on, he's known. A vow unto his own, that never from this day his will they'll take away. What I've felt, what I've known, never shine through in what I've shown. Never be, never see, won't see what might have been. What I've felt, what I've known, never shine through in what I've shown. Never free, never me, so I dub thee unforgiven. They dedicate their lives to running all of his. He tries to please them all, this bitter man he is. Throughout his life the same, he's battled constantly. This fight he cannot win. A tired man they see no longer cares. The old man then prepares to die regretfully. That old man here is me. What I've felt, what I've known, never shine through in what I've shown. Never be, never see, won't see what might have been. What I've felt, what I've known, never shine through in what I've shown. Never free, never me, so I dub thee unforgiven. What I felt, what I've known, never shine through in what I've shown. Never free, never me, so I dub thee unforgiven. Never free, never me, so I dub thee unforgiven. You labeled me, I label you, so I dub thee unforgiven. Never free, never me, so I dub thee unforgiven. Unforgiven 2. Lay beside me, tell me what they've done. Speak the words I want to hear to make my demons run. The door is locked now, but it's opened if you're true. If you can understand the me, then I can understand the you. Lay beside me under a wicked sky, through black of day, dark of night. We share this paralyzed. The door cracks open, but there's no sun shining through. Black heart scarring, darker still. But there's no sun shining through. No, there's no sun shining through. No, there's no sun shining. What I've felt, what I've known, turn the pages, turn to stone. Behind the door, should I open it for you? Yeah, what I've felt, what I've known, sick and tired, I stand alone. Could you be there? 'Cause I'm the one who waits for you. Or are you unforgiven too? Come lay beside me, this won't hurt, I swear. She loves me not, she loves me still. But she'll never love again. She laid beside me, but she'll be there when I'm gone. Black heart scarring, darker still. Yes, she'll be there when I'm gone. Dead sure she'll be there. What I've felt, what I've known, turn the pages, turn to stone. Behind the door, should I open it for you? Yeah, what I felt, what I've known, sick and tired, I stand alone. Could you be there, 'cause I'm the one who waits for you? Or are you unforgiven too? Lay beside me, tell me what I've done. The door's closed, so are your eyes. But now I see the sun. Now I see the sun. Yes, now I see it. What I felt, what I've known. Turn the pages, turn the stone. Behind the door, should I open it for you? Yeah, what I felt, what I've known. So sick and tired of staying alone. Could you be there? 'Cause I'm the one who waits for you. What I felt, what I've known. Turn the pages, turn the stone. Behind the door, should I open it for you? So I dub thee unforgiven. What I felt, what I've known. I take this key, never free, and I bury it, never me, in you, 'cause you're unforgiven too. Never free, never me, 'cause you're unforgiven too. Now, Unforgiven 3 by Metallica. How could he know this new dawn's light would change his life forever? Set sail to sea, but pulled off course by the light of golden treasure. Was he the one causing pain with his careless dreaming? Been afraid, always afraid of the things he's feeling. He could just be gone. He would just sail on. He'd just sail on. How could I be lost if I've got nowhere to go? Search for seas of gold. How come it's got so cold? How can I be lost in remembrance I relive? And how can I blame you when it's me I can't forgive? These days drift on inside a fog. It's thick and suffocating. He's seeking life outside. It's hell inside, intoxicating. He runs aground like his life, water much to swallow, too shallow. Slipping fast down with his ship, fading in the shadows, now a castaway. They've all gone away, they've gone away. How can I be lost if I've got nowhere to go? Search for seas of gold, how come it's got so cold? How can I be lost in remembrance I relive? How can I blame you when it's me I can't forgive? Forgive me not. Forgive me not. Forgive me not. Forgive me. Why can't I forgive me? Set sail to sea, but pulled off course by the light of golden treasure. How could he know this new dawn's light would change his life forever? How can I be lost if I've got nowhere to go? Search for seas of gold. How come it's got so cold? How can I be lost in remembrance I relive? So how can I blame you when it's me I can't forgive?
Okay, I'm back.
Alright, I was keeping people entertained by reading stuff.
Yep, I know you were. Was that Flanders Fields that you were just reading?
No, it's Unforgiven 3 by Metallica.
Ah.
I did read Boots, the first thing after you left.
I asked because that would have been exceedingly ironic had you been reading Flanders Fields, because the poppy, which has since also been become synonymous with the war dead, obviously, also was the Greek flower that was held sacred to Oneros, also known as Dream, and given what we're about to react to, that would have been exceedingly fitting.
Right.
But in any case, speaking of poppies.
Okay.
I summon the family to me. It is I, Destiny of the Endless, who calls you. Brother Dream, will you join us? Sister, Desire, Despair, youngest of the Endless. Come.
I will say Destiny is actually doing pretty good.
Yeah, like I it has the same problem as season 1 did. So the actors are trying, but between Neil Gaiman's own warped perspective on his best work and Netflixing, it's going to be like watching someone dismember the corpse of something that I once loved again. But poppies.
Sorry, just had to throw something away real quick. And again, I do obviously think it's like nothing against the actors. They all seem fine, and they've done from the clips of the stuff, because I refuse to watch it, I've seen of it. They seem to be giving it their all. But
it's just, yeah.
I really, really wish they had the designs from the shows. They weren't just playing the characters; they actually looked like the characters.
Yeah, they actually should. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, from what I understand, they're actually the reason why the characters even look like that in the comics was some type of inking issue. And they just kind of ran with it. But their looks are very iconic. Like immediately when we think of the Endless, or like in our minds, the images of them, it's those visions, those designs of those characters.
Yeah, and back when in-universe logic actually did make some kind of difference to people who worked in comics, they actually came up with a good reason why the Endless looked like that, which is their mother is primordial darkness, aka Nyx in Greek mythology. And so they are shaped from primordial darkness and the very early beginnings of lunar material. So essentially, the Endless skin looks like the way it looks because it's made of moon without craters in it. And had they kept that, I would be a lot happier. Still wouldn't be entirely happy because the writing would have still drifted nonsensically because Neil Gaiman appears to be retconning his own best work, but and he has aged significantly since the late 80s and early 90s, and we're all worse off for it. But being that as it may, the long and the short of it is some things like that happened, Neil. I don't care if it was against your original vision, TM. Some happy accidents like that happened because you had someone in your corner who you should have been grateful for instead of killing him off for your own petty egotistical reasons. And you should have kept with those happy accidents instead of returning to your own egotistical artistic vision, TM.
Okay. Shall we?
Yeah. Poppies.
Hi. It's me.
It has been centuries since we were all together. It will be interesting to find out why you've called us here. Perhaps for you more than any of us, my brother.
A king will forsake his kingdom.
Okay, and this reminds me of something that they really dropped the ball on in season 1. The 3-in-1, otherwise known as the Fates or Hecate, had so much more fun personality in the comics, and they stripped them of all their personality in the Netflix show and left only the dour hyper seriousness. And don't get me wrong, especially for the eldest of the three, the Skuld or Atropos one, the one that is closest tied to death, some degree of seriousness does make sense. but so much of the Fates banter and their relationship with each other got cut, and it went down like a lead balloon, much like a lot of the other things that Netflix either cut for their own selfish reasons, or Neil Gaiman suggested that they cut because something, my original artistic vision, derp. Poppies.
All right. Let me get to the town. I was seeing if we had any comments.
The oldest battle begins once more.
You know, as slightly morbid as it is to be somewhat grateful for something like a Me Tooing, I had hoped that the Me Tooing of Neil Gaiman would result in no season 2 for Sandman. Unfortunately, I don't even get to enjoy a possible fringe benefit here because they're doing season 2 anyway, and apparently they're splitting it in half, which means they're probably going to try their damnedest to combine season 2 and season 3 together and basically ruin the entire story while they're at it. So, unfortunately, and I guess this is what I get for momentarily taking vindictive satisfaction in a possible fringe benefit of a Me Tooing. And for the record, my creative disagreements with Neil Gaiman aside, innocent until proven guilty still applies to people, even when they are ideological hacks. So there's that. I don't criticize Neil Gaiman because of the Me Tooing. I criticize Neil Gaiman because he has become the worst possible version of himself in recent years. And without some friends on the other side, he really just has nothing left to give. So, there's that. Moving on.
Sorry, I was setting up the next thing.
Yep.
All right. Final trailer for the Thunderbolts, which will be out May 2nd.
I still have very little actual, like, it's not even a lack of excitement, I just don't really care at all at this point. In either way. But, Banana.
Sorry, what? Give me a second. Okay. Banana.
Lena, being a hero, there is no higher calling. Your sister understood something about that.
I should have come back for you.
No. That's just a fairy tale.
Okay, I like seeing Yelena and Red Guardian again. That being said, I think I'm gonna be somewhat alone in that because
I like them.
Because, well, the reason I'm suspecting that we're gonna be relatively alone in that is because Black Widow wasn't a very good movie, even if they gave pretty good performances in said not very good movie. And that kind of applies to a lot of the raw materials they're choosing to make Thunderbolts out of here. They're either characters that people didn't really remember to begin with, or they're characters that came from various forms of bad content. Like, Like John Walker is here from Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which was bad. Abomination last appeared in She-Hulk, which was bad. Both John Walker and Abomination were kind of referenced or pseudo-referenced in Captain America 4, which wasn't particularly good. So this movie has a long hill to climb, and I just don't know if the audience is going to show up to begin with to let them even try. But banana.
Okay, so yep.
I was in high school when the Avengers came. Kind of strange, but it's all over now. No one's coming to save the day.
I think we are. We can be the ones that are coming.
But you have the wrong people. We have all done bad things.
Look,
Okay, again. It's just that Thunderbolts are a really cool team, and the concept, like the original concept, right,
Mm-hmm.
is truly fantastic, and it was explored in such an interesting way. And it has actually the best setup, because the Avengers, like the new Avengers, haven't been formed yet, really.
No.
Granted, again, if they... I don't know if the snap... Because, yes, I'm not going to call it the fucking blip. Fuck the blip. That is the dumbest fucking name ever.
The internet and the fandom gave you a name on a silver fucking platter, and MCU just decided, fuck it, no, because reasons. But in that, it's saying something actually positive here for a change. I am starting to get like the character set up and stuff here, which leads us to why in all the fucks was this not trailer 1? Because for the 2 previous trailers, they didn't give us hardly any like idea of what the movie actually is. And if they had started with this, I'm not saying it necessarily would have won over everybody or anything, but if they had started with this and the character aspects and where this fits in the world aspects, they would have had more time to build more positive effect on the audience instead of literally having this come out 2 weeks and some change before the movie is due. As with most of the creative decisions and other decisions made in this movie, it kind of just gives a little bit of a too little too late vibe, guys. Sorry.
Right.
Banana.
I'm trying to... Again, this movie would have worked better if it was set up... Like, I think... Okay, weirdly enough, I know we talked about, like, for one phase, set up the Masters of Evil, right? Because they had a lot of leftover villains that had never been addressed, really.
Yeah.
I think... And hear me out on this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Have 2 phases with the Masters of Evil, but have it be focused on the Thunderbolts. Because I think that would be an interesting thing, because, you know, normally, like, the original concept was the Masters of Evil disguising themselves as superheroes called the Thunderbolts.
Mm-hmm.
So the Thunderbolts, who kind of take on, like, the Dark Avengers, you know, mixing both ideas, right?
Right.
Facing the Masters of Evil. Again, obviously there has to be a lot of build up and setup and all that shit. I get that. Like, preliminary off the top of my head on how to do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, keeping everything. Okay. All right. Okay. So, and there would be a counterpart for each, right? Okay, Thunderbolts, right?
Yeah, like I think
Okay,
that was
so,
my main contribution to the idea, even back when this movie was announced, was why not
right.
have every Avenger have their surrogate in the new team
Well, that
instead of
no,
having it be
I'm talking about.
80%.
Oh, no, 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 no. I'm talking about that. That was a given, right? But what I was talking about was Thunderbolts, Masters of Evil.
Given how a lot of Phase 4 has been about heroes essentially going missing, like even Multiverse of Madness ended with Clea showing up, thank God, and Doctor Strange basically pissing off into the void, or in the
So,
specific case,
uh,
into the dark dimension.
okay, so just okay, so and I to be fair, I've been trying to get a roster of the Thunderbolts right. I wonder, I might have written it down actually. Give me a second. Just give me one sec. Okay. Okay, but I might have written it down like in a notebook, not on my phone. But okay, no, actually wouldn't have worked because that was just the Masters of Evil overall. But obviously, like the lead, like again, like just there is potential here. I would need time to think about it because for some reason it's not flowing out like it usually does.
Well, and as we've said for forever and a day, and this goes back to what I said earlier about the unfortunately at this point it's all too little too late thing. They didn't make any use of the time between the snap and the resurrection at fucking all. They didn't actually let the snap have world building consequences for the most part. And as a result, all of this feels like I don't know if you guys have any experience of doing this yourself, but I certainly have excuses or times when for whatever reason I ended up doing my homework on the bus on the way to school because I forgot to do it. And that's what this kind of feels like. It feels like Marvel going, shit, half of our ideas have either been bad or have otherwise not worked. So we basically have to take whatever's left over and try our damnedest to make something of the thing. But there was no plan because despite being given the COVID break on a silver platter, they didn't use any of the time during COVID to plan out the future of the MCU, which was stupid thing number one. And then, of course, stupid thing number two is half of the shows were bad, half of the shows or movies were bad. So, how much of a positive affect does the MCU even have anymore? And add to that they didn't make use of the blip in universe either, and all of this just feels like Marvel doing their homework on the bus ride to school at this point. And it's a shame, and it should have been avoided by actually using the snap and also not making so many terrible choices for half of your projects. But unfortunately, those things are the way they are now, and there's only so much we can do to change them retroactively.
All right. Okay. Anyway, shall we?
Yep. Been
staying where you are. The past doesn't go away. So you can either live with it forever, or you can do something about it. I am a void.
Okay, I love this song, but why is it being used here? Because it doesn't really fit at, like, I get the like meta point it's trying to make is our characters are under pressure because the Avengers essentially vanished and left them in the lurch, but like the actual lyrics of Under Pressure don't really work, and the tone of the song doesn't really work for what they're going for here. So again, every decision in this movie appears to have been an afterthought, and it's frustrating.
All right. God, honestly, because I've been working on rewriting the 2016 Suicide Squad movie. I've been looking up a lot of music, like a lot of songs to replace like the ones they had in the actual movie.
Mm-hmm.
And Short Change Hero could work here. Ain't no place.
Yeah,
For the
that could
record,
work.
if anyone doesn't know that song, it's also referred to as "Ain't No Place for a Hero." It was used in the Borderlands 2 cinematic reveal trailer way back when.
Yeah.
It's very catchy, actually.
I mean, the most probably sensible one would be "Ain't No Rest for the Wicked."
I was also thinking that, but I wasn't sure if that applied here specifically.
I don't know. I feel like it would fit more than Under Pressure does, because
I mean, that's just a given because
they're being essentially press ganged into the anti-hero role because the Avengers are MIA. So no rest for the wicked kind of works there. But I don't know, maybe that's just my music taste being weird again.
Again, like, I honestly would love to have seen a version of this that was basically like the inverse of the Avengers.
Yeah, I've been beating that drum since the.
But obviously, when I
project
say,
was-
and I want to be specific here, specific.
Mhm.
When I mean inverse, obviously, I'm not talking like subversion of expectations, all that shit, in the bad way, mind you. But inversion of like, these are not classic heroes like the Avengers were. These are guys who've done shit,
Yeah.
and are trying to either try to make up for it or being forced to make up for it.
Yeah.
So like inverse wise, what I'm saying, obviously, like, John Walker was a soldier before he got the super soldier serum and knew how to, and has got issues and stuff. He wasn't the Boy Scout.
Honestly, kind of, and I don't know why Falcon and the Winter Soldier didn't make this parallel, but John Walker with the serum is essentially what Erskine was afraid that one generic big guy would have been with the serum.
Well, to be fair, MCU John Walker is, well, I don't know much about John Walker in the comics, mind you, so feel free to correct me, anyone who knows more than I do. He never came across as like a truly piece of shit or anything. Like, he just seemed like a guy who had a lot of burdens, and especially the burden of taking on
couldn't cope.
Yeah.
To run with the inversion theme, Steve was a little, rail thin dude, but he was purer than driven snow, and as per his catchphrase, he can do this all day, i.e., he has the fortitude to resist any badness that the world foist upon him, and that's why Erskine went, that is exactly who we need, because good becomes great, bad becomes worse. Whereas John Walker seems like maybe not quite as cartoonishly bullyish as the guy Erskine was worried about giving the serum to in First Avenger, but he seems like the kind of guy who used toughness as a mask before he even joined the military, and then by virtue of being able to do that to some degree, he wound up in extremely high responsibility positions that he wasn't qualified or wasn't ready for, and he kind of broke under the pressure. Ironically, if this was just a John Walker movie, or if this trailer focused more on John Walker, I feel like Under Pressure would have worked more, because that's kind of sort of his thing.
Right, and the guy, again, like, I'm speaking specifically of the MCU John Walker, because he felt very like a nuanced character, even though a lot of people wanted to throw him under the bus and say he was an asshole and all that shit.
Well, and part of that was the bad writing of Falcon and Winter Soldier, but
I still think he was handled pretty well overall.
Right, and here again is the problem. They keep forgetting probably what is the most important and revelatory part of Captain America: First Avenger, which is Erskine's quote about the serum: "Good becomes great, bad becomes worse." So here you have a man who has used toughness as a mask even before he joined the military, and who buckled under.
I also want to point out, it's also implied that he's probably had PTSD, because it's made mention that he lost a lot of people on some missions and stuff.
Yeah, which is just a physical symptom of what we were alluding to here, which is he is a man who used toughness as a mask, who found himself in situations and under so much pressure that he broke. Unlike Steve, who breaks under no pressure because he can withstand the fortitude. And so, good became great, bad became worse. John Walker was a flawed, but ultimately, at least he was trying guy, who now, kind of in a similar, although obviously lesser way to Bruce Banner in the MCU, because the Hulk experiment was, of course, an imperfect attempt to replicate the super soldier serum, in a similar way to how Bruce's childhood trauma became the Hulk because of quasi serum. When John was given the quasi serum, the thing that came to the surface was all the pain and rage that he has, because he's a kid. He was the kid who always used toughness as a mask, and who broke under more pressure than he could reasonably be expected to cope with.
Hold on, I don't know if that's the case, because it is. I think in the second episode, it's referenced that he failed drama club, which implies that he did try out to be a theater nerd. But he was also in the locker room, and removed one of the nameplates, and it showed that it was his old locker from that high school, which also implies that he was maybe an athlete, which again would make sense. So it just kind of makes me think, okay, I'm not denying your theory there, but kind of adding to it, it could be that he was kind of how do I phrase this? That he might have been the somewhat the popular kid, obviously, star athlete or whatever, possibly. Hold on, let me get my theory out first before we discuss it. that he was like the popular kid or semi-popular, whatever, some notoriety, right? Again,
Sorry.
I'm almost there. And when you're in that kind of position, you kind of have to you have to be perfect or something like that. You got to you get the best grades, do all that. Again, adding that pressure of he's got to give it his all, be 100%, or he fails everyone that's ever looked up to him, or all that shit. You get my point. That's what I'm ultimately trying to say. It's like
Go ahead.
I'm just saying that might have also added to pressure or some to him.
I interpreted that aspect of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Falcon and the Winter Soldier slightly differently, and it kind of led to kind of the genesis of my theory, which is what that suggested to me was here was a kid desperate to excel at something, and he failed at drama, he failed at some other things, but then he found athletics, and that led to my theory of here's a kid who was desperate for an identity, figured out he could use physical toughness as a mask for his insecurities and pains and stuff, and that fast-tracked him not only to the star athlete role you're talking about, but also to the military, wherein he buckled under the pressure, contrary to Steve, and so when he got the serum, what came to the surface, a la, again, similar to Bruce Banner, but not quite as severe as Bruce Banner, was all that pain, all the rage of the kid who used toughness as a mask, who broke under the pressure.
Right. Okay. I'm not going to deny the need for an identity because he often says, Captain America after he says his name, where Steve always said Steve Rogers, not Captain America, because
he needs the ego boost of, oh, I am this now.
Right. I'm not going to deny that. I don't know about the mask of toughness. I could see them. I'm not disagreeing that there's a mask, but he never comes across as tough. Both. How do I say this?
I don't think they focused on it enough, which is again Falcon and the Winter Soldier being poorly written.
That's fair.
But
I do.
But
think
like I say, you do kind of see where I came from with that now that because I
do. I'm not. I saw that. I saw that originally. I was trying to add to it with the theory I was thinking of.
Mm-hmm. I think our theories are compatible, and I do think that's what the serum did to him. It brought that pain to the surface in a similar way to the Hulk experiment doing with Bruce, and that's why one of the first things he does after taking it is nearly beating the guy who hurt his partner into a pulp, because I think on some level John Walker either always did that after finding athletics, or he always wanted to do that but didn't, and now the serum has done what the serum does. Good becomes great, bad becomes worse, and that is now the equivalent of his Hulk moment, essentially.
Yeah, true, fair. Okay, anyway. Banana?
Banana.
Look what you unleashed. You can't outrun the emptiness.
We can't do this. No one here is a hero.
We all have things that we regret.
But I have so many.
Again, if they had started with this aspect, with the character aspect, like if this was trailer 1 instead of trailer 3, this movie would be in such a better place. Other small thing relating to the Sentry here, I really hope they don't just make him Homelander, because I do fear a little bit that they might just wind up making him quasi Homelander, and that would be such a waste of the Sentry. But I could easily see them turn him into what Homelander is for the boys. Sentry is gonna wind up being here. Hope
Well,
I'm
no,
wrong, but I worry.
They're not
about
doing.
that.
Well, to be fair, they're focusing on the Void, which is the personality of the Sentry, which is his evil.
The negative
counterpart.
one. It's his equivalent of the Magus for Adam Warlock. But that being said, even so, please don't rip off Homelander.
I don't really think they are. I'm not seeing that, to be fair.
The thing that makes me worried about that is the "look at what you've unleashed" quote, because as I recall the updated plot summary, the reason the Void goes off on a rampage is they essentially wanted to create a Superman is the wrong thing because that's DC, but they wanted to give they wanted to have a person who was in some sense kind of all the Avengers at once, and they got up to some mad scientist bullshit to make it happen. And similar to the way that John snapped and became Homelander because of his childhood trauma, it seems like kind of in a Mewtwo sort of way, the Void turned on the mad scientist who made him, and that's why he is the uniting force that necessitates the Thunderbolts.
Right. Anyway,
I might be wrong in that interpretation, but that was the interpretation that I got out of that. Anyway, Banana.
and let's not forget, the view Dalton always has is bitter and cynical.
I am, but there is a positive side of that, which is when I'm wrong, and if I have a negative perspective on something and I'm proven wrong, I wind up usually ridiculously praising the thing I was previously worried about. Like that's what happened. That's what happened with Multiverse of Madness, because we knew what Multiverse of Madness was going to be on paper, like a year or two before Multiverse of Madness was even a thing. But actually seeing Multiverse of Madness and seeing that me and Sam Raimi were kind of on the same page with regards to the Lovecraftian aspects of Marvel magic, really made me come around on Multiverse of Madness. Same thing happened with Black Adam, because when they announced Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate, I was so fucking scared shitless. I was terrified that they were going to double down on the Possession retcon. My point is, in cases where I have been definitively wrong about my bracing myself for disaster takes, I usually wind up becoming the biggest advocate for those things. So I hope that this can be one of those, but I'm seeing a lot of cracks in the marble, so to speak, here, and a lot of too little too late happening.
That's fair. Anyway.
Banana.
Lena, when I look at you, I don't see your mistakes. That's why we need each other.
We can't stop him alone.
I mean, Under Pressure is an amazing song, so obviously it's good. Doesn't belong here, but it's a great song. Um,
Well,
but yeah.
living up to the Avengers, I can kind of see it, but it doesn't really feel like they're being superheroes from what we're seeing. It seems
No.
like okay, to be fair, they kind of turned the Avengers after the first one into, well, Age of Ultron too, but after those two, it kind of felt like they turned them into like a strike unit.
Yeah, a paramilitary thing.
Yeah.
I think we first saw that in like beginning of Age of Ultron before Ultron was actually made. That's kind of how the team was operating as a SEAL team, essentially.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were trying to save they saved the people of Sokovia before it fell.
Right.
Most of them, at least, in this capital, I believe it was capital, right?
Yeah.
Here again, it just feels like this. It feels like just a team of like specialized soldiers, which I know that's kind of what they all are, much to our annoyance, but
yeah, 80% super soldier, like 5% sci-fi, and I don't even know where the other 15% ends up going.
Advertising, or piss poor advertising.
Yeah, again, because the stuff I actually like about this trailer, which I guess I should have led more with, because I do like a lot about this particular trailer. The stuff I actually like about this trailer, and why I kept saying, God, I wish this was the first trailer, is when they actually shut up and let the characters actually talk about their character motivations and stuff. That stuff's actually interesting. And if the stuff related to this movie was better to begin with,
Also,
I'd be in a lot better place with it. But
all right,
they spent so long telling us about everything but the characters that this is another case of maybe a little bit too late, guys.
Also, some like really great shots in this trailer too, like more so than the other two, right? Like I'm not the only one seeing it.
Yeah, and what kills me is this trailer is actually probably the least CGI heavy of the trailers, so they easily could have done this as the first trailer if they got their heads out of their asses for more than 5 seconds. But
like
therein lies the problem. They've had their heads stuck up their ass for so long that I don't think they know how to don't know how to de-ass their head, so to speak.
So as I was trying to say, like look at this shot with Bob or Sentry or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like the lighting, the shadows, all of it.
Yeah, aesthetically, it actually works really well. It's another case of why didn't you focus on these aspects of the movie beforehand, or
Also,
at least before now? Thing.
Can I?
Sorry, go ahead.
It makes me wonder if they're, because oftentimes, and we say this as a problem, is that Marvel likes to kill their villains often.
Yeah.
So, but because of how Sentry is as a character, who is supposed to be well, generally a hero. Obviously, he's got the problem of that dark side alter ego that he has to keep keep taking control all the time. But I'm just curious because because the Thunderbolts, who are all basically have been paid killers in the past, like their first instinct is to take out a threat, right?
How are they going to justify they redeem rather than killing him?
Yeah, that honestly seems like, well, it seems one like the logical thing because they want to be the heroes, right? Or they have to be the heroes, right? And two, it's like they're all trying to seek redemption
Yeah.
So the
I-
way they could obviously, and it just seems like the obvious path of to find their redemption, they have to redeem this. And again, from everything we've seen and what you mentioned about the plot or the story of the Thunderbolts, Bob is a victim in this as well, because
Yes.
he was. And from what we see on the other trailers, like he was held captive in a place, you know.
Yeah. He was essentially lab rat for a bunch of super mad scientists, and kind of went on his Mewtwo arc a little bit, which I hope his arc is a little bit more Mewtwo and a little bit less Homelander. I worry because Marvel sucks at coming up with original ideas recently, and so are they going to have the discipline to avoid just making the Void Homelander? Or are they going to make him Marvel's equivalent of Homelander?
I also like how they're doing the Void too. Like he's not like tearing people apart or anything. He's literally turned them into effective because of the powers of the Sentry, which is the power of 1,000 exploding suns, which is effectively a nuclear bomb. They're turning into shadows, like ash shadows.
Right, and also, it's a nice callback to the worries in Civil War of
Escalating.
Wanda and the Hulk being walking nukes, where Sentry kind of, or in this case, the Void, literally sort of kind of is one.
Well, I also think it's far more terrifying because it just seems like, well, one, very quick and almost impersonal. Like you're not getting like visceral or like him coming up to people and ripping them apart. Like it almost seems more terrifying than that.
Yeah, he's a force of nature. More so than he is a malevolent entity. It's not a Brightburn scenario or a Homelander scenario. It's he might obliterate you by accident just because of who and what he is, and not even realize it until after he does it. Which honestly, calling back to, the Boys analogs, somewhat makes Soldier Boy's powers, especially, the nuke frying the V out of people thing, more frightening than most of what Homelander can do.
Yeah. All right, Banana.
I'm alone. No one can. But we can find a way. Together.
Marvel Studios Thunderbolts.
Under pressure.
Sadly enough, all the good character stuff in here just makes me continue to want a version of this where characters like Agatha and Mordo could also be here. Because especially after all the shit they gave Agatha in her show, assuming they didn't, make her a ghost at the end, like they did. Assuming there was a version of Agatha all along that was pretty much identical, but she survived somehow, or was brought back maybe. She could be a really interesting addition to the mix here. And Mordo, we haven't gotten much of Mordo apart from his turn to villainy in the first Doctor Strange and whatever we can glean from alternate universe Mordo and Multiverse of Madness. But what little of Mordo we have gotten would also, I think, work really well here. But of course, the whole 80% super soldier and whatever else we can be ours to throw in thing happened. So
okay, off the top of my head, if I'm to remember my original idea for Thunderbolts, like their roster, right? So it was supposed to be obviously U.S. Agent, John Walker, Red Guardian, and Yelena, who was supposed to take up the moniker. And this was going to lead into an idea I had for a Winter Guard movie, but that's neither here nor there. He was going to take on the moniker Red Widow, which is a character in the comics, who, Red Widow, because one, obviously she was a widow, and also red is Red Room too, as a memento of her past, remember where she came from and how far she's come.
Also, even a little bit of a nod to Natasha with the red in her ledger thing. So.
Sure. I had decided, because no one's really using him, and I refuse to accept he ended up in whatever universe Morbius is in. Put the Vulture here.
Vulture would, because, okay, going back to my kind of original setup, which is make sure every Avenger has a villain analog in the Thunderbolt / Dark Avengers thing. John Walker's U.S. Agent is Captain America. Red Guardian is Winter Soldier. Obviously, Yelena is the Black Widow surrogate. Vulture works rather nicely as a Falcon surrogate.
Or Iron Man, if you want to stretch it.
I think I think there are better. I think there are better characters that probably could work better as.
It's alive is the question.
That is the question. I'm not sure who survived Iron Man's movies.
Well, Justin Hammer, but I don't think Sam Rockwell will really come back.
Did Whiplash survive?
No, he blew himself up trying to kill Tony.
Right. Okay. Did what the fuck was his name? Not the Mandarin, but the other,
Ben Kingsley's character?
Yeah.
He was in Shang-Chi.
No, not him. The Extremis guy from Iron Man 3. Did he survive?
No, I think he died. They never brought him back, or mentioned him. So,
although there are other people with the Extremis, as I remember in that, so you could have done something with that. It wouldn't really make sense to have M'Baku here, just because
he's not a villain.
M'Baku, as he's written in the MCU, is actually a very good guy. You could, in theory, bring back Killmonger with Wakandan magic like they did in the comics. Unless you have somebody like Mordo or Agatha be the Deus Ex Machina there, I think it would come out of nowhere. Yeah. Although it would be, assuming that you wanted to have Agatha and Mordo in there.
Yeah, I was actually considering. I was considering this. Can I?
Sorry, go ahead.
All right, sorry. I was considering Namor maybe as like a Thor surrogate in some way or fashion.
Yeah, that could work.
I just don't know why he would work with them.
That's a good question. What could America, its government, or the UN offer to Talocan or to Namor specifically that would make him willing to come topside and play ball with them? But back to Agatha and Mordo. If they had the foresight to have Agatha and Mordo as members of the Thunderbolts, having them do things like resurrecting Killmonger would have been a good reason to have them there, apart from just their powers are cool magic is a big deal in the MCU, and also they're awesome characters. But mechanically, there are
moving on.
Yeah.
So this is the official trailer for Fantastic Four First Steps. This is going to be our positive. Although Dawn, being the bitter bastard that he is, doesn't really care.
Brainstormer's going to try. I have worries.
You always have worries, you cynical bastard.
Yes, but unfortunately, and I do stress unfortunately there, because it's one of those I don't want to be right, but unfortunately my worries are frequently well-founded. The couple of times I've been wrong, I'm grateful to be wrong, but...
Honestly, at this point, I don't want to deal with it. I am tired, and honestly, I should go to bed. But show must go on, so I'll deal with you bitching like I always do.
I will, of course, point out to you that you invited me onto this podcast all those years ago. So, in some sense, you do have yourself to blame for this.
I know, also shut up and fuck you.
Love you too, bud.
Yep. Alright. Is there anything like... I mean, Ben is Jewish. I don't know if brisket would count. And that feels kind of a stretch, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a stretch. Fantastic Four. Oh my god.
Shut the fuck up.
I am sorry, but you did it, so there.
Yeah, I caught it as soon as I said it. Anyway, okay, just want to stick with... Well, I mean, they're set in New York, so... Pizza?
And we'll make everyone in Chicago upset with us while we do it, but sure, pizza.
Well, no, New York has, like...
No, the joke there is if we side explicitly with New York pizza, Chicago will be upset, because...
I mean, to be fair, I've never had New York pizza. I've had... Actually, I don't think I've even had Chicago pizza, so I can't be the judge of either.
I've had proper deep dish, I think, once. It was at Pizzeria Uno in Virginia Beach for our senior trip in high school. Like proper deep dish, not just like microwave pizza that calls itself deep dish. But
I did have I actually just ate a deep dish Wednesday.
Neat.
I think it was actually the first time I've ever eaten a deep dish pizza.
Yeah, but be that as it may, yes, regional pizza pride or regional food pride is definitely a thing, and the blood feud between New York and Chicago shall continue ever and anon. But yes, pizza.
Wow, folks, we all know the story. 4 brave astronauts head up into space and come back forever changed.
This car?
Our city, our planet, owe a debt to these intrepid souls. And while we can never repay them,
I don't know. I dig the vibe.
Yeah, the him lifting the car thing is rather cute.
Well, no, I just like the setting of like this 1960s kind of...
Yeah, retro future 60s thing is cool too.
Yeah. Okay, the weird cool that I'm kind of a movie I'm reminded of with this one. Have you ever seen the movie what is it? Gattaca? No, Gattaca? No. Has Ethan Hawke in it with Jude Law.
Yes, Gattaca.
Gattaca. kind of reminds me of that a bit.
I can kind of see where you're going with that, yeah.
And unfortunately, I saw a Twitter post talking about this when Doomsday happens, Avengers Doomsday or whatever. The Fantastic Four are going to have to leave this world to come to our shitty one, I think was the quote.
I actually wonder, given that they're jumping the queue straight to Galactus with this movie, I wonder if this movie is going to end with the Fantastic Four failing and jumping ship at the end. Like their world or their universe gets destroyed. Reed does what he always does, discovers multiverse, jumps ship, and takes family with him. Franklin and Valeria are born. Everybody's happy, although obviously scathed because they lost their home.
Oh, Franklin. They're not twins. He's the older brother.
But yeah. I do have a suspicion that they're gonna.
Fuck.
What?
Valeria technically can't exist in the MCU. Because of
the
her
reason why is escaping me. Why?
Because she is closely connected to Doom. And before anyone says shit, to explain it, Doom delivers Valeria while Sue is pregnant. Even gets on condition as like protects Reed's family while he's busy trying to protect them as well. It's a whole thing. On the condition from Sue that he can name the child, name the daughter. Reed is obviously against it, and he says he is a man of class and would not dare name her with a crude name of Duma or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, of course.
Because however you may think of Victor, he has his standards and his rules.
Yeah. He blesses the child with the name of Valeria, who was the name of his first love, like ever, like when he was a child.
Which, yes, and God, old school comic writing was so much better than new school comic writing.
That's from the 2000s.
Yeah, it's stunning how recently the termites have died.
Right. And just to give full context, right? Not only that, he says that I believe he bestows like his grace upon her as like that no one would ever harm her lest they face the wrath of Doom. And thus made him kind of like a surrogate godparent and surrogate uncle. Like he's a lot more deeply connected to the family of the Fantastic Four. And they have a bond. Like she has gone to Victor and they have spent time together because Victor sees the intelligence that she has, which often puts Valeria way in over her head because she's like, I mean, given her father, obviously she's incredibly smart, even at a young age.
And of course, Victor, being the doting godfather that he is, encourages the shit out of that because
the issue, the problem, well, not the problem, but the reason why she goes to Victor often is because he treats her like a person with her because of her intellect. Her family, while they do understand her intellect and encourage it from time to time, still see her as a child, which she obviously is, but
no child wants to be seen as a child, especially not a gifted, unusual one. Speaking as a gifted, unusual kid, I can relate.
Yeah. But that technically can't happen because we have a Doctor Doom that is played by Robert Downey Jr., who's technically supposed to be a version of Tony Stark.
Tony.
Yeah.
Most likely, and if I'm wrong about this, then so much the better, but most likely what they're going to end up doing is they're going to wind up combining Infamous Iron Man, which a lot of people disliked, with the what if story, what if Tony Stark was the Sorcerer Supreme, which a lot of people also disliked. Like, this is something that me and Maranya Valkonen, who is one of the most awesome people I've ever met on the internet, but for those who don't know, Maranya is probably the single most active contributor or fan of I Love Comics, Englantine's channel, and she is probably the foremost Iron Man fan ever, and she and I have commiserated with each other over the years because we both hate Infamous Iron Man and we hate Sorcerer Supreme Tony Stark because Sorcerer Supreme Tony Stark doesn't make sense in any continuity, because, to paraphrase the question, no matter what reality he calls home, Tony should be Tony. And Tony normally doesn't do well with magic, and he never has. So making him Sorcerer Supreme ever is bullshit. But they're probably going to combine Sorcerer Supreme Tony Stark with Infamous Iron Man Doctor Doom, and that's going to be the justification for why RDJ is there. Why in all creation they didn't just call Mads Mikkelsen back and get the perfect Doom, or failing that, they could have called in some favors and gotten Christoph Waltz, who is probably the only other person who I could see one-upping Mads Mikkelsen playing Doom. So
I still propose the idea of Cillian Murphy, one, because he's within the same age. He's like a year older or younger than Pedro Pascal. And I do think he could have the voice if he were to go into the octaves that he's done with Thomas Shelby from Peaky Blinders.
Another suggestion, had they not completely wasted
also, because, sorry, I do just want to give a few more reasons why I think Cillian Murphy could work better. Because, one, he also got kind of shafted in the Dark Knight movies. He never really got to be,
oh yeah,
fantastical. Granted, I know Doom is a little bit subdued in terms of like his not manners, but you know what I mean. Like he can be very like ostentatious when he wants to because of his ego.
But like, he's also a man of class first and foremost. Yeah.
And Cillian's British, so I believe he's. But I think he's done stage work. I could be wrong.
The reason, or one of the many reasons why I think Christoph Waltz or Mads Mikkelsen would work better, is because Doom is specifically Eastern European. He's a quasi gypsy, and Mads Mikkelsen is of course Lithuanian, and Christoph Waltz is of course German. So that's another reason why I think either of those two would be perfect for Doom.
You're completely fair, and I'm not saying those guys wouldn't be bad picks or are not bad picks. I totally agree. I'm just, again, I'm trying to play it in the like going with the comic origin that they met in, that Reed and Victor know each other from college. I was trying to look at actors that were similar in ages, and so again, someone who could pull off Doom, but I understand the accuracy points for that. I understand that, and I get that, and I don't mind that. Again, honestly, Christoph Waltz, I would say, would be my number one, with Mads Mikkelsen being second. But that's just me because I've seen Christoph Waltz play villain,
in more things.
Well, not necessarily more things. Just
have you ever watched the Hannibal TV show where Mads Mikkelsen kind of became a household name?
I have. hold on. I'm trying to find the words on how to best describe what I mean. What I'm
Take
trying to
your
say.
time.
It's not that Christoph Waltz has more presence than Mads Mikkelsen. That's not at all what I'm going to say. Okay, no, it's
I think they're about tied there, which is
no, that's what I was trying to that's what I meant there. Okay, sorry, I was trying to overcomplicate a simple answer.
Take your time.
I just think in my head it makes sense to go with Christoph Waltz more because Mads Mikkelsen was already in the MCU. And normal people that don't really pay attention could get confused. So get an actor who hasn't been in the MCU yet.
My counter.
No, don't. Before you try to rebuttal me, I understand that's stupid. I do. That's how I'm thinking some execs or some people would think.
Right. My counter rebuttal. My counter regardless though is one, the MCU has recasted or reused cast members before.
Fair enough.
And two, my God, did they do him dirty?
No, okay,
by having him be Caecilius.
Honestly, again, while I think you and I both understand why they cut that scene, I think it would have just done wonders to making it more memorable if they kept the scene with him and the priest.
So much, like, the Doctor Strange 2016 movie would have been so much better if
Sorry, no, please finish your thought and then I'll add to it.
If the scenes that got cut, the deleted scenes, had been left in. Even the ones that are just longer versions of other scenes, because like I have sworn by this scene since I knew it existed.
The dog scene?
The dog scene. My God, the dog scene makes so many things that were just left in the air make so much more sense. And you're right, the scene where Caecilius, who is a villain before the Christians get upset with this scene for existing, does what he does to that priest, and the reasons he gives for doing it to the priest, add so much more depth and so much more spirituality and so much more complexity to a movie that is cut to the bone so hard and is missing so many crucial scenes.
So what I was going to say before I cut you off, and I apologize for that, Scott Derrickson actually originally, I just came across a video that actually talked about the original plans for Doctor Strange in 2016, which I will find and send to you, or I might have sent it to you a while ago, but I can't remember if it did or not.
I don't remember either, so
probably.
Feel free to send it again, even if you did a while ago.
Yeah, Scott Derrickson's original plan, one, was to have Nightmare be the main villain.
Yep.
And it was actually supposed to be focused on Steven's past with his sister. Like there was going to be a full dream sequence where it was his sister's death on the ice, which is referenced in Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, which I am of two minds on Donna Strange, and I always kind of have been, because I've always kind of felt that that giving Strange a secondary trauma before his hand thing kind of cheapens the character a little bit. That said, if they handled it similar to how they handled it in Multiverse of Madness, that it's not the origin of him becoming who he becomes later, but the origin of why this selfish, arrogant prick wants to be a doctor, that'd be fucking genius. It's kind of, and I've been saying this for years too, but they really should have used Dr. House as a template for Doctor Strange, because so many things that were only vaguely alluded to in Doctor Strange, if they had followed the House template and given him a much more abrasive, dickish personality to begin with, it could have worked so much better.
Oh,
it reminds me of the scene in the Coma Guy episode of House, where Coma Guy, played by John Larroquette, who is awesome, asks House the question, why on earth would a person who hates people and hates dealing with people as much as House does become a doctor? And he tells the story about the janitor, who was an untouchable in India, but when push came to shove, it didn't matter because he was right. Fucking genius.
Yeah, Drangel asked about the dog scene, because I don't think he knows about that.
Okay, so the dog scene. I will explain the dog scene, and then I will explain why I think the movie desperately needed the dog scene. In the movie, as it is, scene first, then explanation for why I love the scene. The scene shows Doctor Strange at his lowest point demonstrate compassion by healing a stray dog that was injured that he finds on the streets of Nepal. Why I love this scene and why it is crucially missing in the theatrical cut of the movie is the movie as it exists theatrically is cut so badly to the bone that even crucial explanatory scenes are cut. And one of the explanations that never gets brought up that should have is, why does the Ancient One, foreknowledge aside, because foreknowledge is an excuse, but why does she give him a second chance? Why does she allow this as yet unreformed asshole to have a chance at being a sorcerer? What the dog scene would do is to show that underneath all the arrogance, all the trauma, all the bullshit, all the self-involvement, there is still a good man somewhere in Stephen Strange. Still a man who can look at a stray dog and want to heal it, even while he is at his lowest possible point. And moreover, at the end of the dog scene, we see Mordo see Strange for the first time. Because one of the other things that the theatrical cut sucks at is things happen mostly just because the plot needs them to. And another one of those is Mordo sees Doctor Strange and decides to take him to the Ancient One in the cinematic version for no reason. In the dog scene, it is very obviously implied that it is Mordo seeing this goodness in Strange that makes him think that Strange is worthy to see the Ancient One and to walk down the path of sorcery. It's fucking genius, and it got cut for no good goddamn reason. Moving on though.
Yeah, we got so distracted. Anyway, banana.
Yep, banana.
Good souls. And while we can never repay them, we can certainly celebrate them.
Thank you, Fantastic Four. Thank you.
Thank you, Fantastic Four.
Please welcome the Fantastic Four.
Herbie, how's that sauce looking? Okay.
I'm sorry, I just like honestly, I really wish we'd go back to like this kind of stylization of just everything.
Yeah, the one strength this movie definitely has going for it, and no one can take away from it, is the stylization. The retro future '60s thing,
God, I wish
works
we.
really well.
I really
Works-
wish we kept that.
Works really well. Although, speaking of the retro future '60s thing, I really wish this was the '60s of the main timeline, and we didn't have to bugger about with all this multiverse shit.
Yeah. Again, man, I'm sorry. It's just like the aesthetics then were just so cool.
Yeah, because
How the fuck did we? Seriously, I really wish we kept it as like a culture. You know, like just as a. Obviously, progressed in terms of like philosophy, intelligence, and all that stuff, but like the style of everything.
Do you want to know why we got away from this kind of aesthetic?
I am. It's gonna make me sad.
It's going to make you sad or angry. Personally, for me, it makes me a little bit of both. Okay, so it used to be the case that you built things to last, but you also built them with an eye to aesthetics and not just functionality. In the 60s and 70s in academia, coincidentally around the same time as they were fucking over gender studies and everything the fuck else, there came to be this idea called modernism, which again goes back to Hegel and his stupid fucking dialectical view of history. Hegel's theory was
the fact that
what
I'm already sad.
Let me, yeah, but okay. So Hegel's theory, to summarize, is that all of history is shaped and motivated by conflicts between two.
I'm genuinely aware. Generally aware of the theory.
Okay, so in Hegel's theory, there are three eras. There's the pre-modern, which is basically all of history according to Hegel. There is what he called the modern, which he thought he was living in, because of course everyone thinks they're living in the modern era. And then, of course, he proposed postmodernism as the ideal or utopian future that he proposed. Bullshit, because reasons. But unfortunately, Hegel's ideas were popular enough that a bunch of cunts in academia decided that they needed to subvert and invert, or, well, actually, no. Inversion comes mostly from postmodernism. But modernism, which is what it's called, was the idea that we have to strip things down to their barest, minimalist functionality. And that's why nothing is made with aesthetics anymore. It's because...
So I have to look at those stupid motherfucking square-ass, brutalist-looking buildings.
Yep.
Because of those motherfuckers.
Yep. You can basically blame Hegel and his followers for why every public space is basically the most sterile fucking IKEA furniture possible.
Okay, actually, I don't really have that problem where I'm at right now. I mean, there are some buildings that are just generally kind of boring to look at, but actually, I've kind of lucked out.
But the reason we got away from Gothic architecture and Art Deco architecture is because some academic cunt went, we have to deconstruct everything and reduce it down to its barest possible functionality.
I was also, to be fair, I was also going to go with pricing. It was more of a budgetary thing. That's why corporations were so willing to adopt it, because in order to make something built to last, and in order to make something that's aesthetically pleasing, you have to put
time, effort, and money into things, but you don't need to put any of those things into something that's deliberately deconstructed to its barest possible streamlined functionality. So,
I hate brutalist architecture, which is effectively just giant fucking concrete.
Yep. And you can also thank modernism in no small part for the overly sleek, just basic bitch glass and metal skyscraper structure too. So, as per usual, Hegel is the source of basically everything that's gone wrong philosophically and culturally and societally for the last 200 years.
All right. Banana.
Anyway, banana.
Okay, that is fantastic. You're late.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? You're late for dinner.
Yes, we are.
You're late? I just said that. Are you pregnant?
What? You're gonna be the best mom in the world.
And you are gonna be the best dad. Just kidding. You are out of your depth.
Okay, we actually had a conversation about this specific line before.
Yes, but for the benefit of the audience, I shall yet again explain my conflicted feelings on this.
And I will also explain why I think he is wrong, and he's jumping the gun a bit. But please elaborate.
Okay. So yes, I'm of two minds on this. The part of me that knows how the characters act sees this and sees Johnny as being an asshole and Reed is being oblivious, which both of those reactions are in character. But given what we've seen with regard to a lot of the story things, a lot of the behind the scenes comment, etc., my worry about this is that this is not going to be framed as Johnny being a dickhead, which it is. It's going to be framed as him saying a true thing, and then the movie is going to go on and prove him right. Yeah. In order for me to give the charitable, this is the characters acting how the characters are supposed to act interpretation, the movie needs to go on to prove Johnny wrong and to frame Johnny as being a dick for saying this.
Right. Okay.
If it doesn't manage to do that, then that will mean Johnny is correct and the movie is siding with him, in which case they're doing the Sue is too good for Reed plot.
May I?
Yes.
All right. Well, okay. So I do want to say, from what we saw of the first trailer or the teaser trailer, I guess, we get the sense that Reed genuinely cares for his family, right?
Yes.
And he is kind of out there. Yeah, he is kind of out there because he always is. His head's always
because I usually put this in D&D terms. Reed has a 20 in int. He has a 50 in dexterity, and he has a 1 in wisdom. The guy has the perception skills and personal, human skills of a toddler at best.
And from everything we've seen, again, based on 2 trailers, it does seem like they have the family dynamic down. So I am willing to give the benefit of the doubt because, one, I don't really give a shit about anything that's said by the actors or whatever. I just focus on this specifically. Now, if I'm turned out to be wrong, I will eat my words. I will admit that. Okay? I'll admit I'm wrong. And vice versa for Dalton, I assume, right?
Yeah. Like I said, I can see a positive interpretation of this.
Yeah.
What the conditions that need to be met for me to agree with that positive interpretation, though, is Johnny needs to be framed as being in the wrong for saying this to Reed, and he needs to be proven to be objectively wrong. If the movie can manage those two things, this is just a serviceable character interaction between Johnny and Reed. If the movie sides with him and says that Johnny is right here,
okay,
then I will call all the bullshit.
All right. Again, I'm sorry. I just like how this looks. I'm sorry. I'm so used to, like, fucking Christ.
Yeah. Aesthetics good.
No, I'm not even just talking about that. I'm talking about, like, the cinematography, the lighting, the grading, all of it.
Yeah. Stylization and aesthetics are important.
Because again, I watched Captain America: Brave New World, and my God. Granted, from what I understand, it does seem like the director of that movie actually got fucked over, and a lot of the movie was cut down and re-edited and reshot and all that, and was forced.
I think it's fair to say everyone got fucked over with regards to Cap 4.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyway. Also, I would say Ben would be the best uncle. Johnny
is a dick. Established.
Well, no, Johnny as a character is very complicated.
Johnny is the very definition of a bad influence, is what Johnny is.
To a kid, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. But again, just as a person, again, in the comics, he's very complicated. Like, he's got a...
Right. Johnny is the very definition of the uncle that the kid thinks is cool, but winds up getting him into a lot of trouble.
Okay, I'm moving away from the uncle bit.
Okay.
That's where I was going with that, so... Mm-hmm. I just wonder if they're going to capture that or just keep him, like... Because the complicated issue is, like... Because I'm assuming, it seems like they're doing that Sue had to raise Johnny by herself growing up. Like...
And as a result, Johnny kind of has a little bit of the Arrested Development thing.
A little bit, yeah.
He's obviously handling it better than quite a lot of people. And I think we both can think of a few people who are the real world equivalents of this.
We're not naming names, obviously, but
anyway. Moving on.
And he's the guy's always like, to quote B-Mask, who did like a 4-hour video regarding the Fantastic Four, or no, 2-hour video talking about the entirety of the Fantastic Four, like how awesome they are.
Mm-hmm.
Recommend that video, by the way, guys, if you ever want to check that out. B-Mask, what is it? The line. It's not an underscore. It's a
through line.
Really? Thought there was a shorter word for it.
If there is, my brain is having a 404 moment.
Just type in YouTube B through line mask and just look through his catalog of videos. He's currently working on a video talking about Thunderbolts comics. So
okay.
I am excited to watch that. But if I remember correctly, like I'm paraphrasing, Johnny craves depth because he kind of, it's not like an imposter syndrome or anything. He just feels like he's a guy, because he hasn't really had to struggle relatively too much in his life. Because his sister took care of him and stuff, and again, that Arrested Development, which makes him kind of not a perpetual kid, but
he's a showboating frat boy, Johnny.
Yeah. He recognized that about himself, and he
doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't like himself very much as a result of that.
Oh no, he's very self-critical. Like, Reed, don't get me wrong, is incredibly far more self-critical than Johnny is. But Johnny, like, it's funny, like
he puts on a front.
Yeah,
he uses confidence as a mask. That's what Johnny does.
And also, like, the guy wants. Okay, it's a joke that he sleeps around a lot, right?
Because he's trying to fill the void, essentially.
But he's also like, yes, but he also he seeks a woman that can match him in like his crazy life. He craves depth, really, because he feels like he doesn't really have depth as a person.
He wants someone special to validate that he is worthy of someone special, essentially.
Which creates a never-ending cycle, I would say.
Yeah. Which I mean to be fair, when you're a literal goddamn superhero, finding your match there is somewhat difficult. That being said, in the Marvel universe, it's not quite as much difficult as it otherwise probably would be.
Well, actually, okay, that actually brings me back to the B-Mass video because it made mention of Johnny's relationships. He often feels like he's outpaced by the girls who also like the superhero girls that he dates because they're living their own action-packed lives.
So in other words, Johnny feels like his superheroics make him too good or too like high energy for most normal people, which to be fair, he's probably kind of right, but not good enough for the super chicks that would be his closest analogs.
Yeah, it's a very complicated thing.
It'll be interesting to see if some of this gets handled.
I do think it would have to be later because honestly, this seems more focused on like Reed and Sue, which are, for one thing, are like the best couple, like one of the best couples in Marvel.
And I mean to be fair, the family dynamic of the Fantastic Four is the thing that defines the Fantastic Four. They are the first family of Marvel Comics, and they always have been.
I hope we get an Alicia Masters in this movie for Ben.
I'm not even going to call this a criticism. It's just something that I kind of wish they did. I do wish we got a little bit more of the like self-loathing that Ben has because of the whole being a monster thing.
Oh no, they have that. It's just more shown visually than it is like him vocalizing it.
Mm.
Like there were moments, like even in the teaser trailer, you see where like he's dropping that facade of that happy-go-lucky guy.
Yeah. That being said, I do like this version of Ben, and I don't want him to be miserable. It's just like
it's a big part of his character.
The Michael Chiklis version did this really well with regards to Ben, and I would like to see at least more emphasis on that than we seem to be getting.
Again, I think it's just because like he's putting up a front right now for his friends, because Benji's supposed to be the Rock, right?
Well, I mean,
shut up.
Literally,
you know what I mean.
No, but
funny motherfucker.
Apart from the pun, which is fun, and that's everything. But apart from the pun, it is worth noting that each of their powers is, in some sense, a reflection of them. What can Sue do? She can disappear, making herself not the center of attention because she's concerned with protecting other people, and she can create force fields because she is concerned with protecting other people.
To be fair,
Johnny becomes... Go ahead.
To be fair, Sue can do a lot more than just invisibility and force fields.
Right, but I'm trying to keep it simplified down a little bit. Johnny, the quintessential short-sighted hothead, gets fire powers.
Also, I'm sorry, just a little side. I love how they're going more with the classic where it just looks like his entire body's lit on fire. You know, it's not just like a flaming. Well, I think there's a shot in here. We'll look closely at it, but in the first one, it just looked like fire was engulfing his body. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind Chris Evans, Johnny Storm, and like the way he looked, but I think it's just cooler that it just looks like he's igniting his entire body. You know, just like a flaming ball, right?
Yeah. But back on point with regards to both like theme for whatever it's worth, but also their powers are an extension of who they are as people. Ben is both physically and emotionally people's rock. So, rock-bodied person.
Mm-hmm. Reed.
And Reed gets the power to stretch because what he's good at is improvising, is thinking, is the intellectual pushing of boundaries. So, stretch.
Mm-hmm.
He stretches himself, therefore, when the cosmic rays do what they do, he can now literally stretch himself. Not to mention that his stretchy powers actually allow his brain to function faster because he can shape his own neurons.
All right. Done?
Most people don't remember that aspect, but yes, that's also a thing.
All right. Banana?
Banana.
We're gonna be the best uncles ever.
We can do this.
Nothing is going to change.
Oh boy.
You can feel the universe going, oh, really, love, when she says
Protectors of this world.
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now.
Oh boy, they're playing on hard mode.
To be fair, this is supposed to be Nornrad's wife, and I understand your tribulations, Dalton. I'm not going to deny that. But
it's also just bad for the normie's sake because the normies know Nornrad.
Right.
And even though there are female surfers, or female heralds rather, choosing to start with one instead of at least introducing Norn first has the potential of looking like a diversity hire, even if or a palette or a gender swap, even if it isn't. And that's why I say they're playing on hard mode.
I will say, looks pretty good though.
It looks. I've seen a lot of people say that it looks bad. And to be fair, I do think that the design from Rise of the Silver Surfer does look better, but it could be a lot worse.
No, that's fair.
And it is.
That's fair.
So
again, I think it's just hard because the design of the Surfer is unique because it's supposed to be a silver metallic body, which if realistically that is actually chrome. If you're supposed to look at if it's like portrayed in live action, it will reflect things. It will show things. So it doesn't have that sheen that it does in the comics because you're drawing that. Thus, you don't have to draw all the reflections coming off of it.
Mm.
But overall, it doesn't look bad, I would say.
It could be a lot worse. I'm more concerned with their choice to play on hard mode than I am with the aesthetics of the character.
I understand. Okay, I'm just trying to focus on something else that's get a little more discussion out of.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I remember correctly, Norn. Okay, because if they're having the Surfer here, that means they also would have Alicia Masters in this movie because she was very vital to turning the Surfer against Galactus. If I remember correctly.
Assuming they don't wind up giving that aspect to Sue, which some of the story notes we've gotten leaked seems to be the route they might be going with it.
I mean, That could work, but Alicia Masters is a cool character too.
Yeah,
Like, she's
no
not just
Alicia
beloved.
means. Yeah, Alicia means R.I.P. Ben's romance chances.
To be fair,
there.
there was also this. Wait, also, well, okay, now they can still have Alicia in there, but the problem is that just makes her Ben's love interest. And again, nothing against that, but she's still her own character. So she has her own things going on in the comics, and hell, even in the Tim Story movies. You know?
Yeah. That, like,
and they did. Hold on. I also want to point this out. They did the same thing with Rise of the Silver Surfer, too.
Yeah, the relationship between Alicia and Ben might actually be the strongest aspect of the Tim Story movies, because they do focus so much on the downside of Ben being the Thing, and they do focus so much on her ability to see past that.
Even though she's blind.
I mean, yeah. Although, honestly, if they were okay with changing this, I'd like to see a version of her that wasn't blind, because then it's not, oh, she's not turned off by me because she can't see me. It's
I don't know if they did that.
She sees what. No, and that's not the. I am aware there are complexities there and everything, but I like the idea of them emphasizing her choice to be with Ben. Granted, if I lived in the Marvel Universe and Ben happened to swing the other way, I would subject myself to as many rock slides as I could feasibly convince him to do to me.
Shut the God damn it, you're disgusting. But yeah, they did the same thing in Rise of the Silver Surfer, where Sue was kind of the one that convinced them of humanity they should exist. So if they were repeating that, it's kind of stupid. And again, the Fantastic Four works because it's not just them as a family; they incorporate other people into their family, an extended family.
It is remarkable. Go ahead.
That all contribute to what makes the Fantastic Four great, you know?
Yeah, it is remarkable given how many characters are on the fringes or are demonized or are otherwise kind of publicly... The public doesn't like dealing with a lot of characters, whether it be, JJ making Spidey slander his entire personality, or if it's, people distrusting mutants because of some latent evolutionary bias thing, or whether it's people of more traditional religions not really wanting to turn to a sorcerer for help unless it's an absolute last resort thing with Doctor Strange, etc. Is remarkable with how much love the Fantastic Four actually get. And it is interesting that they specifically are the ones that get that love.
To be fair, for one thing, like mutants, hell, Spider-Man is a close dear friend, and I'd actually love to see that at some point. It's a close dear friend of them.
It will be interesting with what they. Whenever they. Sorry. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. It's a brief thing. Like, for one thing, like, they're close friends. Like, I think they've had, like, Sue and Reed have had double dates with Black Bolt and Medusa. Like, they're like some of the closest couple friends they've had. Because of the Fantastic Four, they introduced a lot of things, of the Marvel Universe that built the foundation.
They for a while were the central spoke of the Marvel Universe. Like, people forget, because obviously the Avengers became the biggest thing in the world. People forget, though, that the reason why the MCU started building the Avengers was because they had sold most of their more iconic characters. For a long while in Marvel continuity, the Avengers were kind of a secondary team, and for especially during the Silver Age, the Fantastic Four were the headliners.
Well, yeah, they started it all. You know, we got the Inhumans from them. We got Black Panther from them, which is a shame we won't ever actually get to see it properly.
Yeah, it's speaking of the Fantastic Four Super Friends. It's going to be interesting to see whenever they do wind up making the jump to mainline continuity. How will they interact with characters like Spider-Man, especially because what in the fuck is the aftermath of No Way Home gonna do to Spider-Man's relationship with other supers, considering that prior to No Way Home in the MCU, his connectedness to basically everybody was a huge part of his character, and now the kid who was friends with everybody, because everybody loves Pete, except for JJ, because god damn it.
I still really don't like how they handled that.
That's his maybe, but it'll be interesting to see how character.
Sorry, no, please finish your thought, and then I'll say my thing.
It'll be interesting to see how a character who was for the longest time in the MCU defined by who he knows and how he's basically loved by pretty much everybody copes with now not really having anybody in his life, not even his, ordinary human friends.
Right. So, first off, I do think obviously we should see that a bit before he gets introduced back into the fold of things.
Right.
Specifically, just like a dark arc, not like a symbiote arc or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I would say 2 movies of the new trilogy they're doing. The first 2 movies are kind of him by himself, like interacting with a few people here and there, but nothing too big.
Yeah, when he's been knocked down as hard as No Way Home's ending knocked him down, he's gonna take a while to get back up. That being said,
hold on, can I?
Sorry,
I wasn't done. Yeah, third movie, which presumably we could say was after Doomsday, Avengers Doomsday, and the Fantastic Four has been moved to mainline continuity of the MCU, right? Or Earth, how many ever 9s it is, because I'm not gonna fucking repeat that.
It makes more sense than calling it the 616, but okay, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I cannot remember how many 9s there are, and I do not care enough to say it. Also, I'm just tired.
I think it's supposed to be 1 shy of 2,000 is what it's supposed to be. So it's 1 and 3 9s, I think.
I thought it was all 9s.
Is it? Okay, it might have been 1 shy of 10,000 that I'm thinking of, or
okay. Anyway, fuck, I was gonna say something. Right. Third movie, Spider-Man meets the Fantastic Four, which will be kind of his light in the darkness that he's been going through, because again, he becomes like one of the recurring friends of the Fantastic Four. Like, legitimately, he is considered a good, the best friend of Johnny Storm.
Initially, Stan Lee actually wanted him to be the 5th member of the Fantastic Four, but Spidey took off on his own merits, and so that didn't become a thing. But lot of the stories that Stan originally wanted to do with him interacting with the Fantastic Four still got made and shit.
Yeah. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, because Peter's supposed to be in college, right?
Yeah.
In the new movie. I honestly want to kind of see them try to do Spider-Man and his amazing friends.
That would be neat. Especially now that we are eventually getting mutants back. Having Bobby after he graduates from Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, etc. If he ends up going to the same college as Peter, and then we can also have Firestar in there.
Oh my
And,
god,
yeah.
dude! That is, for one thing, she hasn't really been used much, really.
And she's awesome.
Yeah. Plus, it's just a neat, because Spider-Man and His Friends, I kind of remember watching that growing up, like reruns of it, right?
Yep, me too.
Yeah,
Especially on Disney Channel.
Right, and I think it's a nice change of pace from like trying to, like, don't get me wrong, I get that you would honestly, first movie, if I were doing this, right? To be fair, I would revamp. I actually would have revamped pretty much everything. To be fair, so
we are
okay. Homecoming isn't bad. I think you just gotta do some tweaks to make it a little better.
Yeah.
And
Anyone who is a fan of this channel is well aware of Brainstormer's antipathy to MCU Spider-Man.
Well, the issue is they don't. The big draw with Spider-Man is, compared to like everyone else, he is, how to put this? He's that hero that is not fiercely independent, because he's willing to join teams and work with people, and he has a ton of friends in the superhero community.
He's the everyman.
Yeah, and I just never got that feeling really too much after Homecoming.
I think that's because, given how he was introduced in Civil War and given his ties to Tony, having him resent being kept in the minor leagues in Homecoming made sense for the character as he had already been set up and deployed.
No, I know. I don't know. Something just felt off with like the other movies, like and even his other appearance in Infinity War just felt a bit off to me for some reason. Anyway,
that being as it may, the idea that I had while we were discussing Spidey before we get back to Fantastic Four, an interesting idea that they could use. I'm not saying they should, and I'm not even sure if it makes sense character-wise, but it would be interesting if, when they need Spidey to interact with other superheroes, Peter uses the knowledge that he has from his previous life, because he's the only one that remembers his role in all that shit, but that doesn't change the fact that for a while there, he was on pretty good terms with just about everybody, because who doesn't like that kid?
well,
but
no,
now
his part was Spider. Just people forgot who Peter Parker was. Spider-Man was remembered.
Okay, so
no one remembers
my idea of them using Peter's knowledge that the other characters wouldn't know he has wouldn't work. Damn.
Yeah.
Because that would have been interesting, but I forgot. You're right. I forgot the particulars of the memory wipe.
Yeah. For the record, and I have thought about this a lot regarding the Sinister Six, and I've mentioned it many times, just because I feel like it was an uneven group, and the roster didn't really make much sense, in my opinion.
Right.
So, okay, you get two from Toby's universe, Toby's universe.
Right.
Two,
and Gabi.
Yeah. 2 from Amazing Spider-Man. Well, actually, because I didn't want to do, because I wanted Sandman in here, but to be a hero, to kind of pick up what happened to him.
Yeah,
after.
because they were square by the end of Spidey 3.
Okay. So it was Green Goblin, Doc Ock, Electro. I'm unsure about, honestly, because of how the Lizard story ended. I don't think it would work for him here. So maybe Rhino to give him a shot.
Because my God, they never did anything with Rhino.
Well, they teased him at the end of Main Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, and then did sweet fuck all.
Also, Paul Giamatti is awesome. Plus, maybe give him a better suit, obviously.
In a similar way to how No Way Home basically was, kind of an apology to Andrew Garfield for shafting him so much, as they did in his.
Also, I was thinking about this because I think it would be an interesting dynamic because the team, even whenever you do a team up, whether it's superheroes or villains, the things that are always going to be the most interesting is the dynamics between the characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a bit cheating here, so I'm actually doing 3 villains from Amazing Spider-Man. Electro, Rhino, and Harry Osborn Goblin, specifically Hobgoblin.
Right. Because Willem Dafoe's Gabi is going to be very offended by that, I think, and that would be interesting.
Well, and I also think they're dynamic because it's Harry Osborn. Like, they have 2 very distinct, different experiences with their other counterparts.
Yeah, and on the Norman side, how weird would it be for him to essentially have an alternate version of his son there,
who is also affected by the Goblin serum and other stuff. It's a whole thing. But
yeah,
so
sorry, go ahead.
Obviously, the last one has to be a villain from Tom Holland from the MCU. There were 2 possibilities. I wasn't going to do the Vulture because he kind of ended on peaceful terms with Peter.
Yeah,
right?
they were relatively square by the end of Homecoming.
Yeah. I was considering Mysterio, like he faked this death, like so many have theorized, because it makes sense for him, being the dramatic bitch he is.
Yeah.
But then it occurred to me that there was a villain that was set up that has not gotten a payoff yet in the MCU regarding Spider-Man.
Okay.
Mac Gargan, aka Scorpion, played by Michael Mando in Spider-Man Home.
The post-credit scene where Vulture was talking to presumably Scorpion. You're right.
Yeah. And he would be looking for some payback, especially after he learned the identity, the publicized identity of a Mr. Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man.
So yeah, now Pete doesn't have the protection of the secret identity, and Scorpion does what Scorpions do and comes along and tries to sting him, and well, that is
Plus, Michael Mando is an amazing villain actor. If anyone's ever seen his performance as Voss from the video game Far Cry 3. Plus, Scorpion's been a part of many Sinister Sixes, so in the comics. So
this is also true.
Yeah. So
I would say though, and I guess he would be more in the same camp as Sandman. It annoys me that they brought Tom Hardy's Venom over and they didn't use him for anything other than the post-credits thing. Like, if you're gonna bring him over, actually have him interact with the character that he was brought over by, essentially.
Yeah.
And honestly,
It would be
would have been a nice setup for a potential black suit arc, because hear me out on this. When Pete first interacts with Venom and the symbiote, he's a hero character, then it makes perfect sense for him to seek out his own symbiote, because he doesn't know about the symbiote's negative aspects. And that is a good basis for a black suit arc.
Right. Also, I would have made a reference that, again, if there's so many ways you could go with these kind of stories, obviously. But I'm sorry, it's just because I'm me and I actually really like the M2 continuity, like looking up the stuff of that, which is like where the Spectacular Spider-Girl is, Mayday Parker, daughter of Spider-Man.
Yeah, the girl who got erased by One More Day.
Well, that's in the 616 one. I think she's still alive in her own universe.
No, well, obviously, but whenever you mention Mayday, most people's first thought is, yeah, the daughter that Pete and MJ should have had, but didn't because Mephisto fucked around.
Yeah. Which I believe the reason why I did that was because there was a prophecy that the daughter, that she would have taken him out or down or something, defeated him at one point.
Which, I mean, dude, you may be the lamest of all of Marvel's devil characters, but you are a devil. Dude, you're immortal. You can take a few L's from time to time.
I mean, he was dethroned by Ghost Rider, but to be fair, that's supposed to that makes sense. Yeah. Where was I? Just reference that Toby has a daughter.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, given all the time that's happened since Spider-Man 3.
Honestly, you even could have brought her over with him, assuming they had thought of this. You could have, because obviously she would know Spider-Man's identity because it's her dad.
Yeah. Well, then we start to get more into like Sony's Spider-Verse situation where there's too many characters. I'm trying to, and I want to obviously be focused around like MCU Peter Parker more so.
Right. I'm just saying, assuming that Sony knew what they were doing for 5 seconds, they could have set her up in No Way Home and then done a spin-off movie for her or something. But that would require them to actually know what they're doing for more than 5 seconds, and Phil Lord and Chris Miller notwithstanding.
Dude, it's 12:25, dude.
Yeah, banana.
Why do we do?
Because the sidebars are usually more interesting than the things we're covering. That's usually how that happens.
I think this is still pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Banana.
Banana.
Yes, we are.
Your planet is now marked for death.
It's my fault. I stretched the bounds of space. And they hurt.
Oh, there's Reed's over critical self.
Well, that, but it's also a nod to the aforementioned thing of Reed is so intelligent that his common sense threshold is non-existent. And Reed always overextends vis-a-vis his knowledge of the multiverse or his knowledge of space. And MCU wise, it's a nice parallel to Tony's speech in Age of Ultron.
Yeah. All right.
I'm not even sure if it's an intentional nod to Tony's speech in Age of Ultron, but that was my first thought when I first heard that.
Shall we?
Yeah. Banana.
Banana.
Are we safe? I don't know. There's not enough time.
I'm not giving up. We will face this together. We will.
And yeah. Well, Ben is the rock. Sue is the glue.
Yeah. Or in familial terms, she's the mom. She was everybody's mom even before she actually was a mom.
Yeah.
In a similar way to Katara in Avatar is kind of everybody's mom by proxy.
Yeah. All right.
Banana.
Fight it together. As a family. Has to be us.
So Reed's stretching powers, some people said it looked off, and I mean, it could be it could be that they need a little more time with the rendering of the CGI, sure. But my first thought was to rebuttal that was it's a human being stretching in an odd and unusual way that no human being is supposed to stretch. Of course, it's going to look odd and weird.
The problem is I don't think they put that much thought into it, and I don't think it's intentional, and I think that's why it's rubbing a lot of people the wrong way. If you focused specifically on the body horror aspects, and made a deliberate effort to make Tony's, or not, now that I've made the parallel in my head, I slipped, but making Reed's powers look unsettling on purpose and actually stylistically choosing to make them look that way, I think would have gone over better than here, where it just seems to have happened by accident.
Well, I think his powers are just going to be weird overall because, again, no human is used to seeing like that. You know, like honestly, I felt elongated man in the Flash. You know, when they did those effects, it's fucking weirded out as shit by that shit.
That being said, and the I will play devil's advocate for the people who don't like it again, just for the sake of completeness. They could have and probably should have studied contortionists and acrobats when they were visualizing Reed, because there are ways to make a body bending in ways bodies shouldn't normally bend work.
That's not what's happening though. I'm talking stretching, not bending. There's a difference, and his body's supposed to be like almost elastic. Well, it's supposed to be elastic, right? No human body is elastic.
No, but there are people like Daniel Browning Smith, for example. That's why I went the contortionist route. You can show bodies having unusual elasticity and use that as a basis for how do we visualize this body bending in ways human bodies shouldn't normally bend.
I see your point. Again, I'm still of the mindset that of course it's going to look weird. It's a human body like stretching and warping in a way that to a normal human mind is not supposed to do. So
right, but we're going
to go around it. You know,
right, but that I literally opened with if it's going to look weird no matter what you do, you should have just owned it and actually used that as a deliberate stylistic choice instead of just throwing whatever you want at the wall and seeing what sticks.
I can see that point, but again, I'm just gonna stand by mine. I also want to say about the costumes. I don't know if I mentioned this last time. I really prefer the blue and white over the black and blue.
I'm of two minds on it. I'm still in the camp that says they should have stuck with what they set up in Multiverse of Madness and had Reed played by Jim from The Office.
That is not remotely at all what it is. That doesn't relate to anything I just said.
No, but in relation to that, and keeping with what Multiverse of Madness set up already, they should have. They should have kept with
disagree.
They should have kept the design from Multiverse of Madness and not played silly buggers with it like they did.
No, I disagree wholeheartedly. That suit was terrible, and honestly, nothing against Jim Krasinski. I've seen him in a bunch of stuff, and I like him as an actor. I just don't see Reed with him. I really don't. That's.
I still maintain that if you're gonna fuck about with fan service, that means you actually commit to the fan service and don't recast him with Pedro Pascal for no reason.
I still disagree, but your point is made.
Yeah. Banana.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just get to the tab real quick. I also think the music is actually pretty good. I know we tried to check it out like one time and it didn't really sound that great, but I think here it's working.
Yeah, out of context, when the music is the first thing you hear, it's hard to make it sound good, unless you're working with somebody like Hans Zimmer or Danny Elfman, someone who can make a catchy theme song in their sleep if they had to.
It was Michael Giacchino who's doing the soundtrack.
Yeah, Giacchino's not good at theme songs though.
God, you gotta let it go, man. You gotta let it go.
No, but this is a criticism I actually have for the superhero genre, the modern superhero genre in general.
Oh no, I thought you were still bitter about Doctor Strange's theme.
Well, yes, it does bother me that he literally just added a sitar to his Star Trek 3 theme. But that being that as it may, one of the purposes of music in movies should be to give your movie a memorable theme. The Richard Donner Superman, Indiana Jones, the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies, the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Those movies, you hear their music and immediately you know exactly what franchise you're dealing with, and your brain is in the I want to watch this franchise mode. Large swaths of the modern superhero genre does not do superhero themes or superhero theme music, and the genre has suffered as a result.
Honestly, I do agree. I'm also very tired and I'm about ready to pass out. So,
yeah, banana.
All right.
We will protect you.
Okay, one last thing before we go.
Okay.
I hate that shot so much because it implies, and the rumor has it, that Galactus can change his size.
Couldn't he in the comics though?
Right, but that is especially if the Fantastic Four are supposed to fail at the end of this movie and jump ship to mainline continuity. Allowing Galactus to change his size and therefore be on Earth as opposed to the size of a person relative to the size of a meatball, like he probably should be.
Hold on. Again, first appearance. Was he not also on Earth?
I would have to go back and look. But
I believe he was. I believe he was, though. It's like that's my point.
My point is that Galactus should be a force of nature, and having the Fantastic Four have to use their advanced technology to go into space and talk to him out in space, because he simply cannot, exist on Earth any more than a person could exist on the surface of a meatball, makes more sense and adds to the epic scale of Galactus much more than having him shrink down to kaiju size.
Again, I think comics-wise, he was that size. Like, he was very giant. I'm not going to deny that. I don't think he should be, he shouldn't shapeshift himself down to the size of, like, average Joe. I agree with that. But I think him at least being in this... I can see the point of, like, him walking around not being a good idea. Like, him just hovering like a monolithic creature in the sky. That I would be okay with.
Yeah, and again, I would much rather have the Four have to go up into space and converse with him than have him come down to their level, or even something approximating their level. It just feels like the movie finding a reason to nerf Galactus, rather than finally, after the idiotic space cloud nonsense that Rise of the Silver Surfer pulled, finally giving us a Galactus who is a force of nature unto himself. And realizing the way that the fans see him.
I still think we can get that. I think you're just being a bit nitpicky on this one. Like, not unfounded, mind you. I can see your point, obviously. I'm not totally disagreeing with it. I just think it's your, like, preferences that are...
I can see that those are my preferences. I just think it's really lame to have Galactus even be able to walk on the planet Earth, because he would never, at least as far as I understand the character, he would never lower himself in that way, because to him, human beings are at best maybe the seasoning of his food, and more accurately probably the like bacteria that lives on his food. In my opinion, a better way to go here is kind of what Supernatural did with Death. That line, imagine how you would feel if a bacterium sat at your table and started to get snarky. That should be Galactus in a fucking nutshell.
Okay. We get it. Not...
I know. Yeah. I know you're tired. I'm sorry.
Well, that, and also you were repeating yourself. Yes. But yeah, I'm actually, like, really fucking tired right now, and I need to get up and help make Easter dinner. Also, hope everyone has a happy Easter dinner.
Yeah.
With that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avideze, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
shalom, and fuck off so Brainstormer can go to bed.